Hello and welcome, dear soul. You didn't just click on this video. You were led here. Heaven has been watching, and today, this is your confirmation. Before we dive in, I want to take a heartfelt moment to thank all of you who have supported this mission through super thanks. Your generosity and love have made it possible to keep spreading truth, light, and healing. If this message already resonates in your spirit, comment 777 below as your sign of divine agreement. It's more than a number. It's a signal to heaven that you're ready. Now, let me tell you something that perhaps no one has dared to say to you out loud. God is proud of you. Not because you got everything right. Not because you never cried, doubted, or felt like quitting. But because, against all odds, you kept becoming. You kept walking. You kept believing, even when the world grew silent, even when your heart was shattered, even when the prayers felt unanswered. What kind of strength does it take to stay soft in a world that keeps trying to harden you? Maybe nobody celebrated you when you chose love in the face of betrayal. Maybe no one recognized your quiet victories, those sacred hidden moments when you wanted to scream, but instead chose to breathe. Maybe the world overlooked your goodness because it didn't make noise, but heaven didn't. Heaven saw everything. And here's what I need you to know. The story is far from over. In fact, it's about to turn in your favor in ways so bold, so divine, so unexpected, that even those who once doubted you, dismissed you, or counted you out will be left speechless. God is about to shock everyone who thought you were finished. The very people who whispered behind your back will soon be watching in awe as God lifts you higher, blesses you more abundantly, and vindicates your silent battles. But why now? Why you? Why this moment? Could it be that your wilderness season was actually preparation for your public elevation? Could it be that everything you lost was making room for what's about to arrive? Stay with me, because what I'm about to share next will change how you see everything. God has been building something in secret, and now the unveiling begins. Let's step into the revelation together. God's chosen ones, God is about to shock everyone who thought you were finished. You've been walking with a spiritual integrity that doesn't beg for applause, quietly choosing righteousness when no one was watching and sowing peace where chaos once ruled. While others were looking for recognition, you were doing the deeper work, breaking generational curses, purifying your bloodline, and standing firm in spiritual warfare that others didn't even see. Do you realize the weight of what you've carried and the power of what you've already overcome? Like Nehemiah rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem with one hand while holding a weapon in the other, you've restored what was broken while protecting what God gave you. And just like Esther, who risked everything to bring salvation to her people without knowing how the king would respond, you've made healing decisions without any promise of reward. Every time you chose love over vengeance, forgiveness over resentment, obedience over convenience, you laid another stone in your eternal foundation. I once met a man named Elias, a quiet artist who gave up a lucrative career in advertising to care for his dying mother. No awards, no headlines, but years later, the work he created in that hidden season became the healing balm for countless others battling grief. His sacrifice became someone else's salvation. Isn't that the story of your life too? Every time you held your tongue when anger wanted to roar, every time you walked away when pride said, "Stay and fight," you wrote heaven's language into the atmosphere. You didn't just survive, you sanctified. And what you built in secret, God is about to reveal in the open. Can you sense it? The silence was not empty. It was sacred. You've been constructing something eternal, brick by brick, in the unseen realm. Have you ever watched how a tree stands through every season, blazing sun, harsh wind, bitter frost, and yet keeps growing. That's you, rooted in God, immovable, bearing fruit in due season, even when the world thought your soil was too dry. And now the season is shifting. You see, God isn't impressed by appearances. He isn't moved by how well you've masked the pain or polished your image to please others. 1 Samuel 16:7 reminds us, "The Lord does not look at the things people look at." People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. That's where your strength has always lived, in the hidden place. You were never asked to perform pain like a rehearsed play. God never needed you to bleed quietly for others to feel comfortable. What He honors is the way you chose to stay real in the storm. You're not being recognized because you suffered silently. You're being honored because through every wave of trial, you chose truth. You stayed grounded. You refused to abandon your light just to fit into dark rooms. You kept showing up, fully human, fully surrendered. And not once did you trade your authenticity for acceptance. That is rare. That is holy. How many people do you know who have wept deeply and still returned to love, not as a feeling, but as a fierce decision? Love never gives up, never loses faith, is always hopeful, and endures through every circumstance. 1 Corinthians 13:7, New Living Translation. You've lived that. You chose mercy when revenge would have been easier. You chose stillness when chaos begged for attention. You chose light. Let me share a name you may know, Howard Schultz, the visionary businessman who built Starbucks into a global brand. What many don't know is that he grew up in a housing complex for the poor. His father was injured and unemployed without insurance, and no one seemed to care. That pain stayed with Howard, but instead of becoming bitter, he rose with compassion. He built a company that prioritized healthcare for all employees, including part-timers. He once said, "Success is best when it's shared." You too have taken your pain and turned it into purpose, not for applause, but because it's who you are. And yet the world still asks, how did you keep going? Think of a pearl. It begins as an irritation, just a grain of sand trapped inside an oyster. But over time, that small wound is coated in layer after layer of beauty until it becomes priceless. Your wounds, too, have become wonder. Your process may have felt hidden, even lonely, but it was never in vain. God saw what you built in the dark, and now He's about to reveal it in the light. Let me tell you about Myra. Just 6 months ago, she was dismissed by everyone as a quiet assistant in a legal firm. What they didn't know was that she was studying case law every night, mentoring abused women by day, and praying without ceasing. Last month, one of those women nominated her for a National Justice Award. Myra walked onto that stage with trembling hands but unshakable peace. That moment didn't make her, it revealed her. Do you see it now? Like a lighthouse battered by the sea, you never stopped shining. Like a tree rooted beside living water, you kept bearing fruit, even in drought. Jeremiah 17:8 says, "They will be like a tree planted by the water that sends out its roots by the stream. It does not fear when heat comes. Its leaves are always green." That's been you all along. What if the rejection you faced was really redirection? What if the silence you endured was God's way of shielding you until the right moment? And here it comes. God is about to shock everyone who thought you were finished. Not for the sake of revenge, but for the sake of His glory. Not because you screamed for attention, but because you whispered truth when it mattered most. You've been faithful in the unseen, and now heaven is about to make it visible. What you thought was the end has only been the cocoon. And the wings you've grown in silence, they're ready. There's a sacred kind of power in someone who can walk through fire without becoming what burned them. Someone who can stand face to face with betrayal, rejection, even cruelty, and still choose not to pass that pain forward. That power cannot be taught from a pulpit or written in the pages of any textbook. It's forged, not learned. It's the kind of strength that comes from living through what others wouldn't survive. And you, God's chosen one, whether you realize it or not, are carrying that exact kind of power. Think about Daniel, thrown into the lion's den, not because he did wrong, but because he refused to compromise his integrity. He emerged untouched, not because the lions weren't hungry, but because his spirit couldn't be devoured. That's you. You've been in environments meant to consume you. Rooms filled with jealousy, homes echoing with misunderstanding, seasons soaked in silence. And still, you didn't become bitter. You didn't lose your softness. You preserved your purity while walking through poison. Have you ever seen how gold is purified? It's placed in fire so hot it melts everything impure off the surface. But the gold itself remains. In fact, it becomes more valuable. Your trials have done the same. They didn't ruin you, they refined you. There's a quote by Maya Angelou, an iconic American poet and civil rights activist who endured unspeakable trauma in her early life, yet became a voice of grace and power. I can be changed by what happens to me, but I refuse to be reduced by it. That's the spirit you've carried. The flame may have reached your skin, but it never scorched your soul. Let me tell you about Enoch, a quiet high school janitor in a town no one talks about. For years, he was mocked for always smiling, for singing hymns under his breath, for helping students who ignored him. But after one tragic school incident, it was Enoch who stepped in with courage no one expected. Suddenly, his years of unnoticed goodness became a foundation for healing. They said, "We never knew he carried that kind of strength." And yet, he always had. It just didn't roar. It radiated. Now think of nature. Consider the lotus. It blooms in muddy water, untouched by the filth around it. It rises through darkness and still emerges clean, full of beauty. That's your spirit. You've been surrounded by situations meant to stain you, yet somehow you kept your soul unstained. So let me ask you, how rare is it in today's world to find someone who can absorb pain and still produce peace? Who can break cycles simply by choosing not to repeat them? This is the power you carry. It's sacred, it's seen, and very soon the world will see it too. You've taught God more about faith than most people ever will, not because he needed to learn from you, but because your life became a living sermon of what faith truly looks like in human form. Your faith didn't grow in safety. It wasn't born in comfort or stability. It was carved in the in-between, the waiting rooms of heaven, the silent nights when prayers seemed unanswered, the wilderness where nothing made sense, and yet you stayed. You clung to the promise when there was no proof. You kept walking forward, even when the path disappeared beneath your feet. That kind of faith can't be copied. It's not the faith of convenience. It's the faith of covenant. And that's what makes it holy. Like Abraham, who was asked to leave everything familiar without even knowing where he was going, you moved in obedience long before the breakthrough came. By faith, Abraham obeyed when he was called to go out, not knowing where he was going. Hebrews 11:8. You too followed the whisper of God's voice, while others demanded thunder and signs. And because of that, the blessings coming to you now carry a different weight. They don't feel random, they feel sacred. Because they weren't handed to you, they were harvested. They weren't given to impress you, they're returning to honor you. This isn't just your time in some vague, feel-good cosmic cycle. This is divine alignment. This is the shift when your truth finally starts to echo louder than your trials. It's when the sound of your faith drowns out the noise of your former pain. Let me tell you about Imani, a young gospel singer who went viral not for a performance on a big stage, but for the way she kept singing hymns outside her burned-down church. No instruments, no spotlight, just her voice, trembling but firm. When someone asked why she still sang, she said, "Because the God I serve didn't burn with the building." Months later, she was invited to perform for world leaders at a peace summit. Not because she chased opportunity, but because her faith created a sound that heaven couldn't ignore. Have you ever watched how rivers carve valleys into stone, not with force, but with faithfulness? That's you. Day after day, you've shown up, and slowly, quietly, you've reshaped what looked immovable. Or think of the stars. For thousands of years, they've burned from distances we can barely fathom, and yet their light still reaches us. Your faith has been like that, forged in far-off seasons, but now it's shining through, touching lives you'll never even meet. So, what if everything you've endured has been preparing the stage for the truth of your life to finally ring out? What if this is the moment when heaven turns the volume up on what's always been inside you? Yes, it's your time, but more than that, it's your truth, finally catching up to its season. You earned this season in silence, not through loud victories or public recognition, but through late nights when your soul wrestled with God and still chose peace. Through quiet acts of obedience when no one clapped, no one noticed, and yet you kept going. You built this moment, brick by invisible brick, through discipline disguised as defeat and restraint mistaken for weakness by those who never understood your depth. They didn't see the nights you stayed up praying when you could have given in to bitterness. They didn't see the moments you could have spoken out in anger, but instead chose silence, because your spirit whispered, "Not everything needs to be defended." They saw your stillness and called it passivity, but heaven called it strategy. How many people could have endured what you did and still kept their posture in grace? How many could have made decisions that looked foolish to the world, yet were entirely aligned with the Spirit? Think of Jesus in the wilderness, 40 days without food, alone, tempted by every lie the enemy could throw. And yet he chose restraint. He didn't need to prove his power to anyone. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. Matthew 4:4. That same kind of inner resolve lives in you. You didn't chase approval. You aligned with purpose. Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Galatians 6:9. Doesn't that feel like your story? You didn't give up in the waiting. You stayed planted. You stayed grounded. This season didn't arrive because luck found you. It arrived because heaven has been watching the way you've held your line. When others needed results, you needed peace. When others needed proof, you needed presence. You made decisions that didn't make sense on paper, but they were deeply spiritually correct. And now the harvest is here. Not because you forced it, but because you were faithful. Let me tell you about Viola Davis, the award-winning actress known for her powerful roles and unshakable presence. But before the spotlight, she grew up in deep poverty, in a home without consistent food or security. Many would have given up. But Viola once said, "All dreams are within reach. All you have to do is keep moving towards them." Her success was not sudden. It was the fruit of years of silent endurance. Her discipline, her faith, her ability to rise above what tried to define her, mirrors what you've done in your own way. And then there's Marina, a young architect who declined a high-profile job offer in a prestigious firm because it didn't sit right in her spirit. People said she was foolish, but a year later she partnered with a community rebuilding project in a disaster-stricken town. That project opened doors for her to design sustainable housing globally. Her peace led her into purpose. Sound familiar? There's a reason eagles fly alone. Their altitude isn't meant for flocks. You too have soared in seasons where no one could come with you. But in that solitude, you've grown sharper, stronger, clearer, like the bamboo that takes years to break the surface, then suddenly shoots up feet in days. Your time of hiddenness was not dormancy, it was development. And now God is honoring what you did when no one was watching, the tears you didn't explain, the sacrifices you never justified, the paths you chose simply because your spirit said, "This is the way, walk in it." Isaiah 30:21. Do you realize how rare that is? In a world obsessed with speed, applause, and validation, you chose alignment, integrity, and surrender. And now you're not just entering a new season, you're stepping into the manifestation of everything your spirit built in silence. So now something shifts, not suddenly, but undeniably. The light you've been cultivating in private, the quiet strength, the hidden worship, the prayers soaked in tears, starts to ripple outward like sunlight finally breaking through the fog. Have you noticed it? The atmosphere around you feels different. The peace you used to battle for with everything in you now arrives with less resistance. Doors that were once sealed shut begin to open, not because you pushed harder, but because you prepared deeper. And now people begin to feel something around you that even they can't explain. They pause, they soften, they sense a presence in you that surpasses explanation. That's not charisma. That's not coincidence. That's the fruit of a soul that didn't quit. Jesus said in Matthew 6:6, "But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you." What if this moment, this calm, this grace, this growing sense of clarity is that reward beginning to bloom? You didn't arrive here by accident. You planted this moment in the soil of perseverance. You watered it with faith when nothing was visible. You shielded it with silence while others shouted. And now the seed is breaking through. Think of the sunflower. It turns its face to follow the sun throughout the day, even before the clouds part. You've done the same. You turned your spirit again and again toward God, even when the light was hidden, even when your surroundings didn't change. And now, without even trying, you've become a source of light for others to follow. Let me ask you this. Isn't it astonishing how the same people who overlooked your process now feel drawn to your presence? Look at someone like Fred Rogers, better known as Mr. Rogers, an unassuming children's television host who radiated warmth, kindness, and peace. What many don't know is that behind his calm demeanor was a deeply spiritual man who prayed for every child who watched his show. He once said, "Anything that's human is mentionable, and anything that is mentionable can be more manageable." His peace wasn't for performance. It was the overflow of inner work, and it changed generations. Let me also tell you about Jordan, a young nurse who worked night shifts during a pandemic. No one knew how much he cried in the hospital stairwell between patient rooms. No one knew he fasted during breaks or kept a small Bible in his pocket. But something about him made people feel safe, even in chaos. One doctor said, "When he walks in the room, everything feels lighter." That's not coincidence. That's what happens when someone refuses to quit in the dark. Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. Matthew 5:16. You've lived this without striving, and now the ripple effect begins, not from striving to be seen, but from standing firm when no one was watching. This is the shift you've been sensing, not external praise, but internal proof. You didn't give up, and now heaven is echoing that truth into every room you enter. And maybe you still feel unsure about it. Maybe the shift feels too soft, too unfamiliar, like shoes that almost fit, but not quite yet. Maybe you're still learning to believe that goodness can find you without dragging chaos behind it like a shadow. After all, how many years did you spend in survival mode, bracing for impact even when things seemed calm? Perhaps joy feels foreign, like a language you once spoke fluently, back when you laughed without checking over your shoulder, when peace didn't feel borrowed or conditional. And now, as it begins to return, you wonder, Am I allowed to receive this without having to earn it through pain? But here's the truth. You are. And not because you manifested it perfectly, or prayed the right way, or got all the timing correct. This isn't a reward for spiritual perfection. This is the fulfillment of divine faithfulness. Psalm 103:10 reminds us, He does not treat us as our sins deserve or repay us according to our iniquities. In other words, grace is never transactional. You didn't have to be flawless to be favored. Even in your doubt, God never doubted you. Even when you thought you broke beyond repair, God still saw the blueprint of what He created. Isaiah 49:16 says, See, I have engraved you on the palms of my hands. You were never forgotten, not for one moment. So, if you're feeling joy trickle back into your life, even if it arrives gently, let it. You don't need to question it. You've already been prepared for it in ways you don't yet understand. Let me tell you about J.K. Rowling, now one of the world's most celebrated authors. Before her breakthrough, she was a single mother, battling depression and living off welfare. She once said, "Rock bottom became the solid foundation on which I rebuilt my life." Joy didn't come to her through ease. It came because, despite every setback, she never stopped holding the thread of something better. Like you, she didn't wait until life was perfect. She moved forward when it was still messy. Or think of Amir, a fiction editor I once met who used to feel numb every time someone said, "You deserve happiness." After years of caregiving, loss, and silent sacrifice, he forgot how to receive without guilt. But slowly, the light returned, through kindness, through friendships, through faith. He said to me once, "I didn't even know joy was knocking because I'd trained myself to ignore the door." Isn't that what survival can do? Make blessings feel suspicious. But now, something different is happening. Joy isn't knocking for permission. It's walking through the doors your endurance unlocked. The peace that's arriving now is not a reward, it's restoration. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Psalm 30 verse 5. Morning is here, even if your eyes are still adjusting. So if you feel unworthy or unprepared, don't worry. Grace knows how to find you, even when you're still learning to speak its language again. The divine knew exactly what it was doing when it placed that spirit in your body. Nothing about you is accidental. Not your timing, not your temperament, not even your tears. Every part of your being was crafted with intentionality. Do you think your ability to feel deeply, to see through falsehood, and to speak with weight is random? It's not. It's divine design. God gave you eyes that see deeper than the surface, eyes that recognize what's holy even in brokenness. He gave you a heart that feels further, not to overwhelm you, but to awaken others through you. And He gave you a voice that carries more authority than you realize, not to make noise, but to bring clarity into confusion. The Spirit of God has made me, and the breath of the Almighty gives me life. Job 33:4. That breath still moves through you now. You are what healing looks like in motion, not polished, not perfect, but real. Healing isn't a final destination. It's the way you continue to show up, honest and open, even with scars still visible. Have you ever seen how a river, after a flood, doesn't just destroy, but carves out new land, making room for fertile ground? That's you. Your pain hasn't just reshaped you, it's prepared you to carry something greater. You are what integrity looks like in a world that rewards performance. When shortcuts were tempting, you stayed on the narrow road. When applause was available, but not authentic, you turned it down. Better is a poor person who walks in his integrity than one who is crooked in speech and is a fool. Proverbs 19:1. You didn't trade your essence for attention. You didn't become someone else just to be more palatable. Isn't that rare? Let me ask you this. How many people can look in the mirror and still recognize their soul after everything they've survived. Look at Keanu Reeves, one of the world's most respected actors, not for being flashy, but for being real. After losing his daughter and the love of his life, he didn't harden, he grew more tender. Known for his quiet generosity and deep humility, he reminds people that pain doesn't have to turn us cruel. He walks with integrity, just like you have, without the need to be noticed, simply because it's who he is. You are what it means to walk as a soul that remembers its source, even when the world forgets. When everyone else races, you return to stillness. When voices around you shout, you listen for the whisper of God. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. John 10:27. And even when doubt surrounded you, you never lost your compass. Imagine the roots of a tree. You don't see them, but they are what hold everything up. Your roots in God run deep. That's why you're unshaken, even in storms. Have you ever noticed how sunflowers always face the light, even on cloudy days? You've done the same. You keep turning your face toward heaven, even when it felt like the sun disappeared. I'll tell you about Nadira, a young sculptor who was told for years her work was too raw for public display, but she never stopped. One of her most emotional pieces, a sculpture born out of heartbreak, was later placed in a trauma healing center. She didn't make it for fame. She made it because something holy moved through her hands. And that's how healing looks when it walks, breathes, and speaks, like you. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. That's not just a promise, it's a calling. You are not here to blend in. You are here to remind people what wholeness looks like after the breaking. So when you feel unseen, misunderstood, or even misplaced, pause and ask, what if I was made for this exact moment? Because you were. And the proof is in how you're still standing, still shining, still rooted in the one who never forgets his own design. And listen, it hasn't been easy. You know that better than anyone. The most sacred transformations rarely are. Growth doesn't happen in comfort. It happens in the stretch, in the ache, in the moments where your soul has no script and your heart has no roadmap. There were nights when sleep never came, when your mind raced through fears you never told a soul about. There were mornings when simply opening your eyes felt like a battle. You didn't have the strength to fight again, and yet you did. There were moments when everything in you wanted to retaliate, to fire back, to give people what they gave you. But instead, you released. You let it go, even when it shattered you. That wasn't weakness. That was spiritual authority in disguise. Do not repay evil with evil or insult with insult. On the contrary, repay evil with blessing, because to this you were called so that you may inherit a blessing. 1 Peter 3:9. You lived this verse without even realizing it. You chose mercy over vengeance, peace over pride, and heaven noticed. That version of you, the quiet warrior, is the one heaven celebrates the loudest, not the curated version, not the one with the brave smile and the rehearsed answer, but the one who wrestled and stayed, the one who bent without breaking, the one who surrendered without quitting. How many people could have gone through what you did and still chosen softness, still believed in beauty, still opened their hands instead of clenching their fists, still prayed when the silence felt like abandonment? Have you ever watched how a butterfly emerges from its cocoon? It struggles, it shakes, it seems like it won't make it, but the struggle is what strengthens its wings. Without it, it can't fly. You've been in that same cocoon, the tight place, the hidden place, the sacred space where no one else could go with you. And now, you're not just surviving, you're stretching your wings. Bethany Hamilton, the professional surfer who lost her arm in a shark attack at just 13 years old, never let tragedy write the end of her story. She returned to the ocean with one arm and unshakable purpose. Courage doesn't mean you don't get afraid, she said. Courage means you don't let fear stop you. That same spirit has lived in you every time you moved forward, even when fear screamed louder than hope. There was once a man named Elias who spent 3 years caring for his paralyzed father while silently working night shifts to support the family. He never once complained. When asked why he never broke down, he simply said, "Because I knew heaven was watching when no one else was." And he was right, because not all crowns are visible. Some are worn in the way you endure. Blessed are those who persevere under trial, because having stood the test, they will receive the crown of life that God has promised. James 1:12. You've stood the test, not because you always felt strong, but because you never stopped showing up. So don't underestimate that honest version of you, the one with shaky faith but steady feet. That's the one God chooses. That's the one God crowns. That's the one whose name heaven echoes with pride. You don't need to earn a seat at the divine table anymore. You've already built it, every nail driven by your resilience, every plank formed by your love, every leg anchored by your decision to keep walking when you had every reason to sit down. You didn't beg for a place. You created it through every unseen victory and every surrendered moment. This table was never about status. It was always about spirit. And now that seat is being prepared, not out of pity, but out of promise. The same God who watched you weep in silence, who saw you sow seeds of faith when the soil looked barren, is now placing honor in your hands. And it's not a favor, it's a response. Humble yourselves before the Lord, and he will lift you up. James 4:10. That lifting is happening now, not because you shouted for attention, but because you lived with intention. You didn't just survive, you sanctified every step of your journey. The table being set for you isn't made of gold to impress people. It's made of grace to remind you that every sacrifice mattered. You kept loving when bitterness would have been easier. You kept serving when no one thanked you. You held on to hope like a candle in the wind, and somehow it never went out. Picture a tree growing on the edge of a cliff, wind-beaten, sun-scorched, alone, and yet it stands tall. Why? Because its roots reach deeper than the surface reveals. That's what your life has looked like to heaven. What others saw as stubbornness was sacred grounding. What looked like silence was strategic obedience. Malachi, a teacher who spent decades in a rural school with no acclaim or applause, gave everything to a generation of forgotten children. He never made headlines, but years later, one of his students became a national leader and credited him with saving his life. Malachi didn't teach for recognition. He taught because he believed in sowing when others stopped watering. Now, his name is carved into history in ways he never asked for. What if your life is the same? What if the seat God is preparing for you isn't a reward for performance, but the natural result of your posture? You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Psalm 23 verse 5. That's the season you're walking into, not because you forced it, but because grace responds to truth, honor responds to humility, and God responds to faithfulness. So, here you are now, standing at the edge of a life that finally recognizes you, a life that no longer asks you to shrink, to explain, to prove yourself worthy, just to be accepted. And maybe it feels strange. Maybe you're not used to this kind of ease, to doors opening without a battle cry, to people honoring your presence without demanding a performance. You've spent so long climbing uphill that level ground feels suspicious. But this isn't a trick. This is timing. It's your turn now. Let that sink in. Not just your turn for peace, but for joy. Not just to survive another day, but to expand into every inch of who you were always becoming. Because there's a difference between getting by and being blessed. And for too long, you've only known how to endure. But now you're about to remember how to receive. And after you have suffered a little while, the God of all grace will himself restore you and make you strong, firm, and steadfast. 1 Peter 5:10. That promise is not coming, it's here. You're standing at the threshold of the restoration that's been written over you from the beginning. How many times did you settle for less because you didn't want to be disappointed again? How often did you shrink your prayers because the silence felt unbearable? But now things are different. The soil has shifted. The drought is ending. You're no longer called to beg for what you were born to carry. Think of rain after years of dry land. The first drops don't just nourish, they awaken what's been buried. That's what grace is doing in you now. Not just healing your past, but unlocking the harvest that's been waiting beneath the surface. Amara had spent most of her adult life sacrificing for others, aging parents, children, a job that drained her. But one morning she sat on a park bench and wept, not out of exhaustion, but because she finally felt peace and didn't know what to do with it. For years she thought struggle was her identity. That day, something shifted. She stopped bracing for impact and started embracing stillness. That's what receiving looks like. There's a quiet unfolding happening in you right now. You don't need to run toward it. Just open your hands. Ask, and you will receive, that your joy may be full. John 16:24. The invitation has already been written in heaven, and now it's simply being delivered. This season is not about proving anything. It's about becoming everything God already saw in you. Your spirit knows how to fight, but now it must remember how to open, how to trust, how to rest in the blessing that's not coming as a reward, but as a rightful return. That kind of shift doesn't happen just because time passes. Time alone doesn't heal what alignment hasn't yet touched. This kind of transformation unfolds when your inner truth finally catches up with your outer reality. When alignment meets identity. When your soul stops shrinking to make others comfortable and starts standing in its full stature, not for praise, but because it simply can't stay small anymore. What changed? Could it be that you finally stopped apologizing for who you are? That your spirit refused to keep playing small just to avoid drawing too much attention? You're no longer hiding the weight of who you are. You've carried too much light for too long to keep it dimmed. And make no mistake, your presence is powerful, not because you shout, but because you radiate. You don't just walk into rooms, you shift them, not by demanding attention, but by embodying truth. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 61. That glory isn't external recognition, it's the evidence of what heaven has already written over you. You're not just glowing, you're glowing on purpose. You're not just a flicker of hope in someone's darkness. You're living proof that a soul can be both soft and unbreakable, that someone can lose everything and still choose to rebuild without bitterness. How many people do you know who've suffered deep loss and still return to the world with open hands? That kind of resilience doesn't come from ego, it comes from grace. Tina Turner, the legendary singer who endured abuse, poverty, and betrayal, once said, "My legacy is that I stayed on course from the beginning to the end because I believed in something inside of me." She didn't just survive her pain, she transformed it into power, into voice, into vibration, just like you've been doing day by day, without a stage or spotlight. Your legacy is being written not in public applause, but in spiritual alignment. There's a tree known as the fire pine. When wildfires sweep through, it's one of the few that doesn't die. In fact, the intense heat causes its cones to open and release seeds. What looks like destruction actually activates new life. That's your story, too. The fire didn't destroy you. It unlocked you. There was a woman named Layla who lost her home, her business, and her marriage within the same year. Everyone around her expected her to disappear, to grow bitter, to retreat, but she chose to show up to her life anyway, one quiet act of faith at a time. She started planting a garden in the empty lot where her shop once stood. Years later, that garden feeds dozens of families in her neighborhood. She never set out to be a hero. She just refused to stop creating beauty. We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed. 2 Corinthians 4:8-9. You carry this verse in your bones, and not the loud kind of strength that demands recognition, but the holy kind that rewrites the atmosphere simply by existing. So, if it feels like your soul is expanding, if the life around you can no longer contain the truth within you, it's because the real you is no longer asking for permission to exist. You're not here to fit in. You're here to stand out for the glory of the one who made you, and for those still learning that soft can be strong and broken can still rise. You carry the kind of grace that makes people question their masks, the kind of presence that disrupts performance without saying a word. There's something in you, steady, sincere, sacred, that makes others pause and wonder if maybe they, too, could live without pretending. You don't demand attention, you command awareness, because you speak a truth that doesn't need to scream to be heard. And now the universe is answering you back, not just in soft signs or faint whispers, but in real, tangible shifts. Movement is happening, doors are opening, not the ones you banged on, but the ones that quietly unlocked the moment you stopped striving and started aligning. Delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart. Psalm 37:4. That desire wasn't planted in you by accident, and now heaven is beginning to water what you've carried in faith. Opportunities are finding you without force, without performance, without needing to explain why you're worthy of them. Relationships are arriving that feel like peace, not pressure. People who see you without draining you, who hear you without needing you to bleed just to prove you're real. Have you noticed how rivers don't try to push the rocks out of their way? They simply flow around them. They move with grace and persistence and still reach their destination. That's the rhythm your life has begun to mirror. Things are clearing not because it finally became easy, but because you finally became ready. Ava DuVernay, the filmmaker and visionary behind Selma and When They See Us, began directing in her 30s with no formal training. For years, doors were closed simply because of who she was, but she kept showing up, clear, grounded, and intentional. She once said, "If your dream only includes you, it's too small." And now, she doesn't just make films, she creates space for others to rise. Your journey has that same energy. You're not just rising, you're realigning the room you walk into. Matteo was a social worker who used to beg for opportunities, applying for roles beneath his qualifications just to stay afloat. But when he began volunteering in community-led healing circles, something shifted. He didn't chase titles, he poured out service. And without warning, an international non-profit sought him out, not because he asked, but because he had become the answer. Your gift will make room for you and bring you before great men. Proverbs 18:16. And your gift, your quiet consistency, your surrendered strength, is now making space where there once was none. So if life feels like it's shifting around you, it's not coincidence, it's confirmation. You're not stepping into ease because everything got lighter. You're stepping in because you got stronger. You stopped hiding, and now the world is adjusting to your truth. You didn't skip steps to get here. You lived every inch of this story, every detour, delay, and dark night of the soul. You took the long road with blistered feet and trembling faith, and still you showed up. Still you kept going. So don't let anyone make you feel like you have to explain that. You don't owe a transcript of your trials just so others can validate your triumph. You don't have to recount your scars for them to respect your strength. You don't have to unwrap old wounds to justify your worth. Your strength is self-evident. Your presence is proof. By their fruit you will recognize them. Matthew 7:16. What you've built speaks louder than any explanation ever could. You don't owe anyone your journey just to validate your destination. Let them wonder. Let them question how you got here. Let the mystery of your becoming speak louder than any biography you could offer, because the one who called you knows every detail. God saw it all. God kept count when no one else could. Every moment you stayed silent instead of striking back. Every late-night surrender when your pillow caught the prayers your mouth couldn't speak aloud. Every act of obedience that felt unseen by the world but echoed loudly in heaven. Your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you. Matthew 6:6. And that reward isn't always applause, it's arrival. You are seen in every silent prayer, in every moment of restraint, in every quiet decision to not go back to the version of you that begged for crumbs when you were born to command the feast. Because yes, you were born for the feast, and you no longer have to justify your seat at the table. Chadwick Boseman, known to the world as Black Panther, once gave a commencement speech where he said, "Sometimes you need to feel the pain and sting of defeat to activate the real passion and purpose that God predestined inside of you." What most people didn't know was that he delivered those words while silently battling terminal illness. He didn't share every scar, but his strength was unmistakable. Your story carries the same silent weight. Powerful, purposeful, and protected by God. Have you ever noticed how mountains don't explain their height? They just stand. How the moon doesn't prove its glow, it simply reflects. You've entered that same phase of your journey. You don't have to explain how you rose. Just rise. Let your life be the answer. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. And in your stillness, your truth is thundering louder than anything you could say. Keep walking. The feast is already set. You've grown in a way that no algorithm can capture, no camera can show. This transformation didn't happen in a highlight reel. It happened in the hidden sacred places where no one applauded, but heaven leaned in. You've expanded at your core, not outwardly for show, but inwardly in substance. And because of that, from this point forward, the world is going to feel different. Not because it changed, but because you did. You're seeing through new eyes now. Your discernment is sharper. You no longer mistake noise for depth or movement for meaning, but solid food is for the mature, who by constant use have trained themselves to distinguish good from evil. Hebrews 5:14. Your spirit has been trained through fire, and now it knows what's real. You don't entertain what drains you, not out of pride, but out of protection. You've learned that peace is not a luxury, it's a boundary. You've stopped chasing what confuses you because you finally trust that clarity is your compass. And you no longer bargain with energy that feels off just because it's dressed like an opportunity. How many times did you say yes just to be polite, only to pay the price in your spirit? Not anymore. Think of how the eagle soars, high above the noise, far from the chaos below. It doesn't flap anxiously to stay aloft. It catches the wind and glides. That's what your life has started to reflect. You've stopped striving. You're flowing in discernment. And now, doors that once lured you with urgency no longer move you. You wait for what aligns, not what distracts. Michelle Obama, former First Lady and global advocate for education and empowerment, once said, "Your story is what you have, what you will always have. It is something to own." Through years in the public eye, she learned to move by conviction, not applause. She didn't pursue every platform, only the ones that matched her purpose. You're in that same season now. You don't move for noise, you move for truth. There was a man named Corin who once said yes to everything, every project, every call, every request, because he feared being forgotten. But after a long season of burnout and quiet reflection, he changed. He began saying no, not with guilt, but with grace. He stopped explaining, and one day someone told him, "There's something about you that feels peaceful now." That wasn't by accident. That was alignment. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. In that stillness, you've found your rhythm. In that knowing, you've found your authority. So if the world around you feels unfamiliar, that's because you're no longer navigating it from old patterns. You've grown beyond reaction. You're moving in revelation. And that changes everything. You've learned what peace actually feels like. Not the kind of peace that comes from everything going right, but the kind that remains even when things fall apart. And because of that, you no longer tolerate the chaos that used to feel normal. You've outgrown the noise, the environments, the conversations, the cycles that once felt familiar now feel foreign. Not because you think you're better, but because your soul remembers what it cost you to live in survival. You're not above anyone. You just stopped shrinking beneath yourself. You stopped dimming your light so others wouldn't feel uncomfortable. You stopped editing your spirit to fit into rooms that couldn't hold your truth. That's not arrogance. That's alignment. When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I put the ways of childhood behind me. 1 Corinthians 13:11. That's what spiritual maturity looks like. It's not loud, it's not dramatic. It's the daily quiet refusal to shrink. It's the subtle choices, to walk away when your ego wants to stay, to forgive when your pride wants justice, to rest when the world says hustle. It's staying true when compromise would be easier. It's trusting that stillness is not stagnation and that surrender is not weakness. It's knowing deeply, securely, that your value doesn't fluctuate based on who recognizes it. LeBron James, a global icon and one of the greatest basketball players of all time, once said, "I don't need too much. Glamour and all that stuff don't excite me. I'm just grounded." Despite his fame, what defines him is not just his talent, it's his discipline, his peace, his refusal to perform for validation. Like you, he knows his value isn't up for debate. There's a woman named Malia who used to exhaust herself trying to be everything for everyone. She said yes to keep the peace, even when it cost her her own. But something shifted. She started saying no without apology, resting without guilt, and speaking her truth without softening it for approval. Now she walks into rooms quietly, but leaves people changed. Have you ever watched a mountain in stillness? It doesn't move, it doesn't shout, but its presence commands respect. That's you now. Your peace is your power. Your stability is your statement. The Lord gives strength to his people. The Lord blesses his people with peace. Psalm 29:11. That peace isn't something you stumbled into. It's something you chose over and over again, even when it cost you what was familiar. And now you wear it not as a shield, but as a signature. This is what growth feels like. This is what walking in truth looks like. And now the rewards aren't just coming. They're right here. They've already arrived. Not just in the form of blessings you can count, but in the wholeness you now carry in your bones, in the way your body feels safer to live in the way your breath flows without tension, in the way your spirit feels less scattered, less frantic, more rooted. You no longer hustle to be seen. You no longer chase understanding to feel validated. You don't need to be explained to feel whole, because you finally recognize that peace doesn't come from being understood. It comes from being aligned. The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness. Galatians 5:22. That fruit has been growing in you all along, sometimes in silence, sometimes in storms. But now it's ripening, and you're tasting the sweetness of the life you cultivated when no one was watching. Because the reward isn't just what you're about to receive, it's who you became while waiting. Isn't that the part no one sees? The quiet courage it took to keep showing up when there was no guarantee. The soft strength required to choose healing over hostility, discipline over distraction, love over numbness. Simone Biles, the most decorated gymnast in history, once stepped away from competition not because she couldn't continue, but because she chose to prioritize her mental and spiritual health. In doing so, she redefined what strength looks like. She became more than a champion. She became a standard of wholeness. That's what you've done. You stopped performing and started becoming. Darius, a father who spent years working a night shift just to pay for his daughter's schooling, used to feel invisible. But the day she stood on stage and thanked him, not just for funding her dreams, but for showing her how to live with honor, he realized something. The weight, the sacrifice, the long nights weren't the cost. They were the reward. Have you ever noticed how the air feels clearer after a long rain? Like the atmosphere itself has been reset. That's how your spirit feels now. Cleansed, grounded, at peace. Not because the world finally changed, but because you did. And let us not grow weary in doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. Galatians 6:9. That season is no longer a distant promise. It's unfolding now, in and around you. Let that sink in. This is not just the end of the waiting. This is the beginning of the harvest. And the most beautiful part, the harvest already lives inside you. This isn't just a new chapter, it's a different book. The cover may still have your name, but the pages feel unfamiliar in the best way. The old rules no longer apply. The patterns that once held you hostage no longer dictate your direction. This is not a continuation of who you used to be. It's the emergence of who you were always meant to become. The version of you who needed everyone's approval doesn't run this story anymore. That version, the one who lowered her voice, shrank her spirit, and diluted her truth just to keep the peace, has retired her role. And you didn't lose her in bitterness. You released her in love. The version of you who mistook loyalty for self-betrayal doesn't hold the pen. The one who kept choosing others at the cost of herself, who called pain purpose just to feel worthy, no longer writes the dialogue. You do now. And this time, the script is sacred. Behold, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:19. That new thing isn't just happening around you. It's rising from within you. And the hand that holds that pen, it was kissed by God before it ever knew what power it carried, before you knew how deeply you'd bleed or how fiercely you'd rise, before you ever doubted your worth. Heaven had already affirmed your authority. Have you noticed how wildflowers bloom in the places no one thinks to plant them? They break through dry ground without permission. That's you now. You're not waiting for validation. You're blooming because it's in your nature. Viola Davis, the Oscar-winning actress and powerful storyteller, once shared, "You can only shine if you're not hiding who you are." She rose from deep poverty and trauma, not by pretending to be whole, but by owning every piece of her truth. Like you, she reclaimed the pen to tell a story no one else could write. Elijah was a street painter who spent years creating murals on abandoned buildings. No one paid him, no one praised him, but he said each stroke felt like healing. One day, a gallery curator stumbled on his work and offered him a solo exhibit. When asked why he kept painting, he replied, "Because I needed to see color where there used to be gray." That's what your new book feels like, color returning to the canvas. For we are his workmanship, created in Christ Jesus for good works, which God prepared beforehand that we should walk in them. Ephesians 2:10. You are not just writing something new, you're walking in something eternal. So don't hesitate. Write with boldness, speak without shrinking, create without apology, because this is no longer a survival story, it's a story of sovereignty, and the pen has never been so steady in your hand. So write Start boldly. Live truthfully. Choose with confidence. Not because you've never failed, but because every fall was a rehearsal for your rise. Every stumble strengthened your stance. Every misstep taught your spirit how to listen more closely, how to move more wisely. What if none of it was wasted? What if even your lowest points were laying the groundwork for your highest calling? The steps of a good person are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in their way. Though they fall, they shall not be utterly cast down, for the Lord upholds them with his hand. Psalm 37:23-24. Your falls weren't a detour. They were part of your divine choreography. Every decision, every heartbreak, every lonely moment, every time you started again, even while still bleeding from the last ending, heaven saw it all. Not one tear was missed. Not one choice made in quiet bravery went unnoticed. You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book. Psalm 56, verse 8. It was all counted. It was all held. It was all holy. Denzel Washington, one of the most respected actors of our time, once said, "Ease is a greater threat to progress than hardship." Before becoming a household name, he was repeatedly told he didn't have the right look, voice, or path. But through rejection, he refined his gift. And now, his presence commands not just attention, but respect, just like yours. Leora had once walked away from a marriage, a city, and a life that looked perfect on paper. People whispered, some judged, but she kept walking, not because she had it all figured out, but because she knew peace wasn't something you pretend. Years later, she opened a trauma recovery center where her own story became someone else's survival map. Have you ever seen how sea glass forms? Sharp, broken shards tossed by waves for years, smoothed over time, shaped into something new, something beautiful. What was once jagged becomes treasured. That's your journey. What once cut now shines. You don't need to justify the weight you carry. You've earned the clarity. You've earned the stillness. You've earned the authority that doesn't have to shout. So, as you move forward, don't hold back. Don't shrink your wisdom to make others comfortable. Every scar carries sacredness. Every yes spoken in fear still counted. Every restart was recorded in heaven, not as failure, but as faith. And now that faith is echoing back to you as favor. Because God is proud of you for persisting for presence, for choosing intimacy with him over applause from the world, for seeking alignment instead of attention, not because you were fearless, but because you moved anyway. That's what made it holy. You shook, you doubted, you wept, but you still obeyed. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Joshua 1:9. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the decision to walk with God through it. The divine has been watching, not with judgment, but with joy. Heaven has kept the count of every time you showed up trembling, every time you forgave when it cost you, every time you chose light when darkness would have been easier. That kind of obedience doesn't go unnoticed. Heaven is already applauding, and this isn't just the end of a long test. It's the beginning of a long-awaited reward. You've earned more than just survival. You've earned honor, and it's here now. Angela Bassett, the acclaimed actress and cultural icon, once said, "Don't wait your turn. Bet on yourself and have the courage to step into your destiny." After years of being overlooked, she rose not by force, but by fiercely staying true to herself. The honor she walks in today wasn't handed to her. It was built in the shadows, just like yours. There's a man named Ezra who worked quietly behind the scenes at a shelter for years, organizing food, cleaning floors, praying silently over every bed. He was never thanked publicly, but one day a woman who'd once stayed there returned. not for food, but to say thank you. She told him, "Your quiet faith saved my life." He never asked for recognition, but honor found him anyway. Have you ever seen how the sun doesn't ask to be praised? It simply rises. It does its work faithfully, whether the world is watching or not. And still, life revolves around it. You've lived that same truth. And now the light you've carried so quietly is being revealed. This isn't the season of just getting by. This is the season of being lifted up. Humble yourselves before the Lord, and he will exalt you in due time. 1 Peter 5:6. And beloved, your time is now. As you step into this new space, this divinely timed unveiling of who you've become, remember this: everything you walked through wasn't in vain. Every delay, every detour, every tear, every silent act of surrender became the foundation for what you are now standing on. You didn't skip steps. You didn't fake your way here. You lived it. You endured it. And now you get to receive it. This is not just a reward. It is recognition from heaven that your faith was not empty. It was seen. It was sacred. And it is being honored. So from this moment forward, walk like the one God has called. Move like the one who no longer has to explain their worth. Speak like someone who remembers who they are and knows whose they are. If this message spoke to your spirit, share it with someone who needs to be reminded of their divine resilience. Leave a comment and let others know how God has been moving in your life. If you'd like to support this message and help us continue spreading light, feel free to give through Super Thanks. We're deeply grateful for every seed sown. But whether you give or not, your presence here matters. May you continue to rise with clarity, walk in truth, and rest in the peace that can only come from knowing your story is held by God. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are right on time. Grace and honor are already waiting for you. Receive them. You've earned it. They threw fire, hoping to watch you burn. But instead of screaming, you stood still and let the flames forge you. What they didn't know was that you were built for this. The fire wasn't your ending. It was your awakening, and the very blaze they used to try to destroy you. God turned it into your armor. That's the divine irony they never saw coming. This, beloved chosen one, is the law of return. A law so exact, so fierce, that those who dare to curse you are unknowingly signing their own consequences. It is not soft like poetry or vague like superstition. It is real. It is spiritual justice in motion, and it always completes its cycle. Now let me ask you, have you ever felt hated before you even spoke? Rejected before they knew your heart? Watched closely by people who pretend not to see you? Whispered about by those you've never harmed? Have you asked yourself, why me? Why am I always the one misunderstood, judged, or betrayed for simply existing? Let me tell you what few have the courage to admit. It's not you they despise. It's what's inside of you. It's the quiet confidence that doesn't need approval. It's the resilience you carry without saying a word. You don't beg for attention, and that enrages the attention seekers. You don't explain yourself, and that unsettles the manipulators. You weren't made to blend in. You were designed to break the illusions. And every time your presence shows up, it reminds them of everything they are faking. That truth pierces deeper than any insult ever could. So they lie, they plot, they wait for your collapse. But you never collapse, you transform. That's the part they'll never understand. While they were celebrating your silence, you were strategizing. While they mocked you, you were being strengthened. And now, the very energy they released, every curse, every slander, every scheme, it's coming back around. Not because you sought revenge, but because heaven keeps records. Because what is thrown must return. That is the law of return. And chosen one, it doesn't miss. Before we step deeper into this truth, Pause with me. If this resonates in your spirit, if you've ever been the one who was targeted, underestimated, or betrayed without cause, drop 777 in the comments right now. Let it be your confirmation that you're not alone, you're not crazy, you're chosen. To all of you who've supported this mission through super thanks, thank you truly. Whether you give or simply show up and stay through to the end, know this: your presence is sacred. Your support helps spread this light to others still walking through their fire. You are making a difference, and I don't take that for granted. Now, stay with me, because what I'm about to share will shift your understanding of every attack you've endured. This isn't just about justice, it's about divine reversal, because the storm they sent wasn't your downfall, it was your announcement. And what's coming for them? Let's just say, it's something only the law of return could deliver. Let's get into it. God's chosen ones. The law of return is cruel for those who attack you. They never truly hated you. What they resented was the quiet strength you carry, the way you stand still in storms they would drown in. You don't have to raise your voice or lift a hand. Your very presence unsettles those who have built their identity on noise and chaos. You remain calm, collected, grounded in your spirit, and they can't understand how someone like you doesn't flinch under pressure. Have you ever noticed how some people get uncomfortable when you walk into the room, even when you say nothing at all? It's because your peace challenges their need for control. Your silence threatens their insecurity. My dear chosen one, let's make something clear. The attacks you've endured were never about anything you did wrong. It wasn't about mistakes or misunderstandings. It was because you didn't collapse. You didn't apologize for your light. You didn't plead for their acceptance or conform to their expectations. You held your ground in dignity when others expected you to grovel. You walked through fire, and instead of smelling like smoke, you glowed like gold. That's why they tremble around you. In the book of Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were thrown into a fiery furnace for refusing to bow to a false image, and yet they walked out untouched because God was with them. Daniel 3:25. Like them, you carry a fireproof spirit. You walk into spaces and something shifts in the atmosphere. Laughter dies down, conversations stall, people become uneasy, not because you're doing anything, but because you reflect everything they are not. Your authenticity shines a light on their performance. You don't boast, you don't chase validation, but you unknowingly become a mirror, exposing what they've tried to hide. Just as Jesus disturbed the Pharisees, not by loud arguments, but simply by living in truth and authority, you too disturb the spirits in others who are masquerading under masks. And you begin to wonder, is it my fault? Maybe I'm too much. Maybe I'm too guarded, too distant, too intense. But let me stop you right there. No, you are not too much. You are just too real for their liking. You don't fit into molds designed for the ordinary, and that confuses people who thrive on superficiality. The truth is, you live in a frequency they can't fake. Your presence pierces through deception. That's not a flaw. It's divine design. Even in Hollywood, actress Viola Davis once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is being who you are." Her journey, filled with rejection and silence, didn't make her small. It made her unforgettable. Just like you, she realized that her truth was disruptive. And just like you, she chose not to dim her light to make others comfortable. Could it be that your greatest weapon has never been your words, but your unwavering spirit? What if the reason they attack you isn't because you're wrong, but because you're right? What if you've become the living proof that God's light cannot be hidden? What if your stillness, your resilience, your authenticity is the very thing that exposes their lies. Chosen ones, your presence speaks before you do. Long before anyone knows your name, they feel something shift in the atmosphere when you walk in. It's not arrogance, they feel your frequency. There is a spiritual weight to you, a depth that cuts through this world obsessed with appearances and noise. And that alone unsettles many. Why? Because you carry a gravity they can't imitate, in a generation chasing shallow applause and temporary likes. You carry a timeless spirit that doesn't perform. It simply exists with purpose. Could it be that the reason people resist you isn't because you're hard to like, but because you're impossible to control? So what do they do in response to your light? They try to dim it. They label you too intense, too deep, too serious. They throw gossip like darts, trying to soften the impact you naturally make. They mock what they don't understand. But what they don't realize is that every attack becomes fuel. While they hope to shrink your spirit, they're actually stretching your strength. They never expected you to bloom under pressure. They never imagined that you would become more refined in the fire. This echoes the words of Isaiah 54:17. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. The weapons may form, but they cannot win. They cast shadows over your name, hoping your insecurities will surface. But instead of cracks, they discover your resilience. While they play shallow games, you move in divine strategy. Like David before Goliath, underestimated by even his own brothers, you hold within you the victory they can't predict. You were never just playing the game. You were the unexpected champion, the one born already crowned. They came to play chess, but you were the checkmate written in prophecy. And what unnerves them most? You do it without shouting. Your power doesn't announce itself. It simply shows up and shifts the room. You don't strive for attention, yet you are unforgettable. You don't chase validation, yet you command presence. In a culture obsessed with proving itself, you are content to simply be. And that paradox breaks their logic. Your confidence isn't loud, it's sacred. Your silence is not absence, it is alignment. And that's what terrifies them. Because divine alignment is louder than ambition, stronger than applause. Esther never asked to be queen, but her obedience to God placed her exactly where she needed to be for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. Like her, you didn't choose the spotlight. It followed your anointing. This is where the law of return begins. The energy they sent to destroy you has now entered divine circulation. Every word spoken behind your back, every plot, every attempt to poison your reputation, they don't disappear into thin air. They boomerang. The law of return, guided by divine justice, ensures that every seed they sow in darkness will bear fruit in daylight. Galatians 6:7 says clearly, "Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever one sows, that will he also reap." So don't waste your breath on revenge. Your silence is the sword. Your focus is the fire. Your endurance is the echo that haunts their regrets. Let them talk. Let them twist your name. Let them assume your peace is passivity, because the return never comes with sirens. It comes like the flood in Noah's day, sudden and unstoppable. And when it does, it won't just balance the scales. It will reveal the truth of who you are and expose every lie they believed about you. The same mouths that mocked you will witness your rise, and they'll know it was never luck, it was favor. Psalm 23:5 reminds you, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows." That table is already being set. To those who tried to shrink you, congratulations. All you did was teach a chosen one how to stand taller. You didn't ruin them, you revealed them. Your cruelty became their clarity. And now, chosen one, the return has a name, consequence. Not from your hands, but from heaven's order. This isn't payback. This is prophecy. Stay grounded, stay focused, stay ready. because this is just the beginning of your rising. They came to silence your power, but they didn't realize your silence was your power, and now they must watch as you walk into everything they tried to block. As Romans 8:31 declares, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" Your struggles are not random. Every hardship, every setback, every tear you've shed in silence carries meaning. It's not just suffering for suffering's sake, it's a divine refinement. You're not enduring pain because you're cursed or forgotten. You're enduring it because you're carrying power that can't be imitated. There's a sacred weight to your journey that cannot be transferred or replicated. And while many admire your light, they would collapse under the burden that forged it. Have you ever noticed how people want your shine, but not your scars? They want your wisdom, but not the wilderness you had to walk through to receive it. Some people crave your presence because it brings peace, direction, and strength, but they resist your process because it requires sacrifice, solitude, and surrender. That's why they mimic your appearance, but can't replicate your anointing. Just as the sons of Sceva in Acts 19:14-16 tried to cast out demons in the name of Jesus, whom Paul preaches, they quickly learned that borrowed authority has no power. They were beaten and exposed because imitation cannot replace divine intimacy. Likewise, those who try to copy you fail because they didn't pay the price you did in the quiet rooms of suffering. My dear chosen ones, let this settle deep within you. What you're facing is not a coincidence. It's not some cosmic punishment or spiritual accident. It's targeted pressure designed to shape the vessel that God chose before you were even formed. As Jeremiah 1:5 reminds us, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." You're not ordinary. You're marked. That pain you carry is the evidence of your assignment. The blueprint you hold, the one no one else sees, requires trials no one else understands. You're not here to blend in. You're here to build what no one else has the courage to carry. You don't fold under pressure. You don't crumble when storms rise. You may bend, but you do not break. Why? Because God has fortified your spirit. They may try to understand you, but they can't. Your frequency is encoded in heaven. Others may try to steal your style, but they'll never survive your storms because your strength wasn't styled, it was surrendered. Every time you were rejected, every time someone doubted you, every door that was slammed in your face, it all helped sharpen your edge. Can you see now that your journey was never punishment, but preparation? They think your silence is just avoidance, but it's actually your strongest defense. Your silence is not weakness, it's a fortress. It's where your discernment sharpens, where your vision clears, where your soul breathes. And your pain. It's not just suffering, it's layered with divine wisdom. As Romans 5:3-4 tells us, suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope. That is what you're carrying. A hope that is unshakable, a character that doesn't perform, a strength that isn't for show, but for purpose. They look at your confidence and try to imitate it, thinking it's about posture or tone. But what they can't replicate is the cost behind your calm. Every step you take now is backed by countless nights of warfare, seasons of being overlooked, and battles fought in secret. That glow they envy. It didn't come from applause. It was born from anguish. It wasn't handed to you. It was wrestled from the jaws of despair, like Jacob wrestling with the angel in Genesis 32:24-28, refusing to let go until he received the blessing. That's the kind of grit you carry. That's the kind of power they can't decode. So don't you dare downplay your strength just because others don't understand it. Don't shrink to make them comfortable. What you carry is sacred, and though it came with a cost, its value is eternal. Chosen one, everything that wounded you was never meant to destroy you. It was designed to forge you. The pain that once seemed unbearable is now the very weight that strengthens your foundation. But here's the deeper truth that many overlook. Those who dared to attack you, to speak against you, to plot your fall, are already reaping what they've sown. The law of return, God's divine justice, is neither loud nor delayed. It doesn't hesitate, and it never forgets. It moves in silence, without the need for applause, yet its impact is undeniable. Have you noticed how those who mocked you eventually expose their own inner torment? Or how the ones who tried to sabotage you find themselves trapped in the very snares they set for you? Just like Haman in the book of Esther, who built gallows to hang Mordecai, only to be executed on them himself, Esther 7:10, the law of return operates without fail. You didn't have to lift a hand. You didn't retaliate. Instead, you walked forward with grace, allowing God to handle the vengeance. And he did, because vengeance belongs to him, not you. Romans 12:19. So when people look at you and ask why you're so guarded, why you no longer let just anyone into your space, let them ask. Let them be confused. Precious things are always protected. You carry a purpose so unique, so spiritually encoded, that not even generations before you could fully understand it. They carried the seed, but you are the bloom. And what envy tries to replicate, God ensures stays one of a kind. Think of the story of Joseph, betrayed by his own brothers, thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, falsely accused and imprisoned. Yet all of it served a divine purpose. In the end, he told the very ones who tried to destroy him, "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good." Genesis 50:20. Could it be that your betrayals were never the end, but the beginning of your divine promotion? And in today's world, think of Tyler Perry, a man who once lived in his car, rejected by countless industry executives, laughed at for his vision. But he kept going. Today, he owns one of the largest film studios in the world. He said once, "What God has for you is for you," and his life proves it. Isn't that exactly what your enemies are now beginning to realize about you? Your suffering wasn't random. It was calculated, assigned by heaven, and tailored to extract power that couldn't be developed any other way. Every tear, every betrayal, every silent battle carved out a resilience in you that no one can imitate. What devastated others became the very soil from which you rose, and those who tried to bring you down, they are now watching the return. They're learning that you cannot curse someone who was refined by fire and shaped by divine pressure. They're seeing that power borrowed from darkness has no authority over light that was handcrafted by God himself. Let them witness what they cannot control. Let them feel the weight of what they tried to throw at you come back home, multiplied. Because while your struggle was hidden, your restoration will be loud. Your comeback doesn't need an announcement. It speaks for itself. And it reminds the world that when God chooses someone, no weapon formed against them can ever prosper. Isaiah 54:17. The next is a truth many overlook. Silence isn't weakness. It's spiritual strategy. It's not retreat, it's restraint. It's the sacred pause before a divine move that no enemy can anticipate and no adversary can withstand. When you chosen one go silent, a shift begins in the unseen, and the ones who once laughed the loudest begin to feel an unsettling stillness. They sense it before they see it. Your silence echoes through their conscience like a quiet warning. The moment you stop explaining, stop defending, stop offering access to your thoughts and emotions, that's the exact moment they start trembling. But why does silence have this kind of power? It's because your silence is not emptiness. It's not absence. It's presence on a higher level. You've chosen stillness not because you have no words left, but because your spirit is preparing for something greater. Most people panic when it gets quiet. They equate noise with relevance, movement with meaning. They cling to attention as if being seen means being powerful. But you, God's chosen one, You've walked a different path. You've mastered the discipline of being still and knowing that He is God. Psalm 46:10. Think of Jesus before His crucifixion. When He stood before Pilate, He was silent. The crowd was yelling, the accusations were flying, but He said nothing. Matthew 27:14. That silence wasn't defeat, it was authority. Heaven doesn't argue with darkness. Power doesn't plead with lies. That kind of silence carries weight. It unsettles the enemy because it communicates a confidence that cannot be shaken. And what about you? Have you noticed how the moment you stopped reacting, they started obsessing? When you stopped arguing, their confusion grew. When you chose not to explain yourself anymore to people who already knew your worth, but pretended not to see it, that's when the power shifted. You didn't need to slam doors. They heard the click of boundaries being locked. You didn't make announcements. They felt the withdrawal of your energy and attention. That alone was louder than any speech. Legendary basketball player Michael Jordan once said, "I've always believed that if you put in the work, the results will show." He didn't talk about every move. He let his silence on the court speak. And just like that, you were no longer giving previews of your purpose to those who once mocked your preparation. You are letting results do the talking now. This silence of yours, it's not passive, it's prophetic. It's the quiet before breakthrough, the stillness before the storm breaks loose in your favor. It's the reset before heaven retaliates, not with vengeance from your hands, but with divine reversal from God's own will. They don't know when or how it will unfold, and that's what makes them tremble. The anxiety they now feel isn't from your words, it's from the absence of them. Because silence is unpredictable. And when you're a chosen one, unpredictability is protection. You see, you no longer explain yourself to people who never deserved your voice in the first place. You've stopped proving your value to those who saw it, but tried to pretend they didn't. And now, you've flipped the entire script. Suddenly, it's them watching you. It's them who feel off balance, scanning your every move, waiting for the moment you reappear. But on a level they can no longer reach. They don't realize it yet, but the moment you chose silence, you chose elevation. And elevation always comes with separation. You didn't need to shout, you didn't need revenge. You just needed to stop speaking. And that was enough to make them listen, because now your silence is the loudest thing in the room. The law of return is one of the most misunderstood forces in the spiritual realm. It doesn't roar like thunder or explode with chaos. Instead, it operates in a rhythm that is subtle, precise, and divinely timed. While others mock you behind your back, spread false stories, and feed off gossip, they assume the quiet means they're winning. But what they fail to realize is that heaven never rushes. God doesn't need noise to deliver justice. He moves in whispers, through alignment, and in stillness. And you, chosen one, have learned how to stay grounded when others try to stir storms around you. Have you noticed how your stillness unnerves them? They can't manipulate what they can't understand. They can't predict a spirit that doesn't play by the rules of pride, ego, and retaliation. You've chosen the higher path, one where you're no longer reactive, no longer giving your energy to battles that God already declared finished. And that is exactly what frightens them, because you've left their game entirely. They can't win against someone who refuses to participate in their chaos. They don't realize that the moment you went silent, the cycle began to starve. You stopped giving their darkness a place to feed. There's a powerful scene in 2 Chronicles 20 where King Jehoshaphat and the people of Judah faced overwhelming armies. Instead of preparing for war in the traditional way, they stood still, worshipped, and trusted in God's instruction. The Lord said, "You will not need to fight in this battle. Position yourselves, stand still, and see the salvation of the Lord." 2 Chronicles 20:17. And as they praised in silence, God caused their enemies to destroy one another. That is the kind of return you're walking in. While they plan, God confuses their plans. While they speak, God silences their power. You, chosen one, have stopped feeding the drama. You've stepped out of the circle that once kept you drained. And now the energy they throw has nowhere to go. It ricochets, it rebounds, and when it returns, it doesn't tap gently. It crashes with weight. Like a storm they can't prepare for, the very things they sent against you begin to dismantle the world they built on lies. Media mogul Steve Harvey once shared that when he was homeless, sleeping in his car, people laughed at his dream of being on television. But he stayed quiet, stayed focused, and let God handle the noise. Years later, he became one of the most recognized names in entertainment. He often says, "Don't trip, he ain't through with me yet." Could it be that your silence is God's way of preparing something so profound your enemies won't recognize you when it arrives? So if they think your silence means surrender, let them celebrate. Let them throw their party. Let them dance in circles of delusion while they believe the absence of noise is the absence of consequence. They're rejoicing in false victory, but they don't realize the lights are about to go out. The party they're hosting is on borrowed time. The return has been set in motion and it's already on its way. And when it comes, it won't arrive in a post, a comment, or a clapback. It won't be loud in the way they expect. It will come as a moment, a shift, a divine turn that carries all the weight of what they thought would never catch up to them. It will arrive with their name written all over it, signed not by your hands, but by heaven's justice. So keep your peace, keep your power, and let them wonder, because the silence they fear isn't empty. It's loaded with purpose, and it's almost time. You're not breaking down, you're being upgraded in a way the world can't comprehend. What they thought was your collapse was actually your transformation. They saw you withdraw, go quiet, pull back your energy, and assumed you were crumbling under pressure. But in truth, you were undergoing a divine reboot. You were being reshaped into a version of yourself that no one, not even your enemies, could prepare for. Isn't it something how they always confuse stillness with surrender? What they don't understand is that real upgrades don't need to announce themselves. They don't require noise. They don't crave validation. They show up not with sound, but with seismic impact. You, chosen one, weren't shutting down, you were powering up, and while they watched your silence and took it as defeat, you were evolving in a way their limited minds couldn't anticipate. This is nothing new. Even in Scripture, the most powerful transformations happened in hidden places. Think of David. Before he was king, he was in the fields, alone with the sheep, learning how to fight lions and bears in silence. 1 Samuel 17:34-37. No one saw the training. No one witnessed the anointing process. But when his moment came to stand before Goliath, the world was introduced to a warrior that had been forged in solitude. Could it be that your private battles have been preparing you for a public victory that will leave others stunned? The world has taught people that strength must be loud, broadcasted, flaunted, staged for attention. If you're not posting every win, if you're not flaunting your process, you must not be making progress. But the truth is, God's chosen ones operate differently. You grow best in shadows. You evolve where no spotlight shines. Your expansion happens when no one is clapping, and that's why it catches everyone off guard. They celebrated too early. They mistook the cracks in your armor as the beginning of your downfall. They thought the pressure would break you, but they had no idea that pressure is exactly what activates your hidden power. Diamonds are made under pressure. So are you. While they were pointing at your silence as proof you had lost, they had no idea it was evidence you were being realigned, refined, and redirected. Consider the story of Nelson Mandela. For 27 years he sat in prison, quiet, unseen, forgotten by many. But during those years of silence, he was becoming a symbol of justice, strength, and reconciliation. When he emerged, The world didn't meet the prisoner. They met the president. Doesn't your journey feel similar? Hidden in pain, but destined for greatness? Let them keep thinking you've fallen off. Let them believe they've outgrown you, outpaced you, outsmarted you. It's no concern of yours, because when the law of return strikes, they won't even recognize the version of you that emerges. You won't be the same person they mocked. You won't be the one who once tolerated disrespect. You'll be the one who commands respect without speaking a word. This new version of you is refined by trials, recalibrated through pain, and restructured by divine design. It's sharper, wiser, quieter, but far more powerful. You're no longer reactive, you're strategic. You're no longer wounded. You're weaponized by grace. And the ones who tried to bring you down will soon realize they didn't break you. They awakened something in you that they were never equipped to fight. So stay silent if you must. Stay still. Stay in the shadows, because your emergence is coming, and when it does, it won't be loud. It will be undeniable. True upgrades don't come wrapped in comfort. They arrive through pressure, pain, and perseverance. You, chosen one, weren't transformed in ease. You were refined through long nights of wrestling with doubt, through moments of silence where your prayers felt unanswered, through seasons when you questioned not just your path, but your very identity. Yet here you are. You didn't collapse. You endured. You stood in the fire and didn't bow down. That's what sets you apart from those who tried to break you. They folded under pressure. You evolved through it. You were never designed to stay broken. You were built to rebuild. Chosen ones are wired with a heavenly resilience that defies natural logic. You don't collapse, you shed. You don't break, you transform. Every time life pushed you to the edge, you came back clearer, wiser, and stronger. Every time they mistook your struggle for defeat, they underestimated your calling. The Bible is filled with chosen ones who had to go through intense pressure before rising. Take Job, for example. He lost everything: his wealth, his children, even his health. His friends turned on him. His wife told him to curse God and die. But Job remained steadfast, and when the test was over, God restored him with double what he had before. Job 42:10. Can you see the reflection of your own trials in his story? They tried to bury you in shame and lies. They threw dirt on your name and expected you to vanish. But what they failed to realize was that the soil they threw became fertilizer. They didn't bury you, they planted you. And now, the seed they tried to kill is about to bloom into something majestic. That's when the law of return begins to speak, loudly and without mercy, because those who mocked your pain like it was entertainment are now about to become the unwilling audience to your rise. This law doesn't operate with sympathy. It doesn't bend to ego. It operates with divine accuracy. It brings back what they gave, multiplied. Not because you sought revenge, but because the energy they sent had nowhere to rest but back at their own doorstep. While they remained stuck in their toxic cycles, you grew beyond recognition. You stepped into a version of yourself that no longer fits their attacks. The you they tried to destroy? That version no longer exists. The story of Joseph once again proves this truth. Betrayed by his own brothers, sold into slavery, falsely imprisoned, he should have been broken. But instead, he rose to become second in command over Egypt. And when famine struck, it was his own brothers who had to come to him for help. Joseph didn't need revenge. He just needed to stay obedient. That's you. You didn't plot their downfall. You focused on rising. And now they're witnessing everything they swore would never happen. Think of Tyler Perry, once homeless and mocked for his vision. His early plays were criticized, dismissed, and laughed at. But he didn't quit. He didn't fight back with bitterness. He kept building. And today, he's built a legacy no one can deny. Isn't that what you're doing too? Silently creating something that can't be undone. So next time you feel like you're falling apart, pause. Ask yourself, am I truly breaking down, Or is something inside me breaking through? You're outgrowing the space they tried to confine you in. And the return for their attacks? It's not just poetic, it's prophetic. You are becoming the very thing they claimed was impossible for you. Your elevation is exposing their limitation. Stay tuned, chosen one. This isn't the end of your transformation. You're not done evolving, and they're not done regretting the moment they underestimated what God was doing in your silence. The most powerful revenge you could ever unleash isn't loud. It isn't cruel. It's not retaliation. It's peace. The kind of peace that is so deep, so unwavering, so divine, that it silences even the loudest enemies, without you having to speak a single word. That's the real victory. Because when your soul becomes untouchable, even their chaos begins to crumble. What happens when their greatest weapon, your reaction, no longer exists? My dear chosen one, there's a level of inner stillness that becomes louder than any insult, any slander, and any false smile dripping with hidden agendas. This is the peace that surpasses all understanding, as Paul described in Philippians 4:7, a peace that guards your heart and your mind through Christ Jesus. And once you reach it, it disrupts the plans of your enemies more than any argument ever could. They expected drama. They expected you to lose control, to lash out, to become the very chaos they tried to project onto you. But instead, you got quiet, and in that silence, you became dangerous. You started thinking before speaking. You began healing instead of hurting. You protected your energy instead of chasing validation. That, chosen one, was your checkmate. The moment you refused to match their noise, you rose above the game they designed to entrap you. Can you see it now? They weren't trying to hurt your body. They were aiming for your peace, your clarity, your faith. Because if they could break your center, they could delay your calling. But they underestimated the one who holds your center firm. Consider the story of Jesus in the storm. While the disciples panicked in fear as waves crashed into the boat, Jesus slept in perfect peace. Mark 4:35-41. They woke him up asking, "Don't you care that we're perishing?" Yet, when Jesus stood and said, "Peace, be still," the wind obeyed. Now, here's the question. What storm in your life have you stopped fearing? Not because it ended, but because your peace got louder than its noise. The enemy's plan was never to kill your body. That would be too obvious. What they really wanted was your mind, your focus, your alignment with God, your ability to see clearly. That's why they whispered lies. That's why they spread confusion. That's why they wanted you to doubt your purpose. Because if they couldn't destroy your mission, they'd settle for distracting you from it. Now, think of Michelle Obama, former First Lady of the United States. She once said, "When they go low, we go high." She had every opportunity to clap back at critics, but instead she maintained grace under fire. Her calmness, her restraint, became more powerful than any speech. And isn't that what you're doing too, chosen one? Walking in power that doesn't need to prove itself, because its fruit speaks loud enough. The law of return doesn't need your rage. It doesn't require you to fight fire with fire. Instead, it works through the quiet rearrangement of spiritual order. It brings every false word to light. It dismantles every weapon that was formed against you, not with explosions, but with elevation. It shows the world that while they tried to bury you, they didn't know you were a seed. And now, as you rise, let them watch. Let your peace provoke the storm in their own hearts. Let your stillness be the evidence of God's favor, because the ones who tried to rattle your soul will now be rattled by your unshakable calm. The battle wasn't fought with fists or words. It was won in the silence. And the victory, chosen one, is unmistakably yours. Many people misunderstand the way you move. They mistake your calm for weakness, your silence for surrender. But make no mistake, when you, God's chosen one, choose peace as your response, it becomes a roar louder than any war your enemies try to wage against you. They are disarmed not by your reaction, but by the lack of one. They expect you to retaliate, to break character, to bite back like the world does. But instead, you remain still, anchored in a presence that confuses their chaos. Have you ever noticed how unsettling it is for people when they can't provoke a reaction from you? Your refusal to fight on their terms exposes something deeper. While they throw fire, hoping to burn you, they don't realize that you've learned to wear the flames as your armor. Just like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who walked through Nebuchadnezzar's furnace without even the smell of smoke on them, Daniel 3:27, your peace becomes your protection. It reveals that what was meant to destroy you only refined you. They struggle to understand someone like you, someone who chooses not to be baited, someone who doesn't explain, doesn't perform, doesn't shout, but simply stands. That's when their discomfort begins, not yours. You see, your peace is not passive. It's a declaration. It's a spiritual weapon in disguise. It is truth that doesn't need defending. It is the calm that exposes their storm and the stillness that turns into their mirror. What do people see when they look into that mirror? Their own noise, their own guilt, their own unrest. And when you don't react, they begin to unravel. The more they try to provoke you, the more your silence becomes the verdict they didn't expect. Do you see now why the law of return is so cruel for those who attack the chosen? You never needed to expose them. They revealed themselves through their obsession with you. Their inability to let you be was the loudest confession of all. Every time they whispered, plotted, and acted against you in secret, it wasn't just noise, it was evidence. And while they schemed to drag you into a war you didn't ask for, you became the storm they weren't equipped to face. But your storm didn't come with thunder. It came with stillness. Real peace is not the absence of war, it's the presence of God. Isaiah 26:3 says, "You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you." That peace you carry, it isn't ordinary, it's divine. It's the kind of peace that says, "I'm still standing, I'm still rising, and your attempts to shake me no longer have power." They may watch you and wonder, how is she still so calm? How is he not crumbling? That confusion, that obsession, they are part of the return. They are the consequence of the energy they sent your way. Suddenly, they realize they were never winning. They were sinking. There's a reason you don't fight like the rest. Your weapons are not of this world. You are protected, just as David was when he stood before Goliath. Not with armor, but with faith, 1 Samuel 17. You walk with sacred silence, an energy that cannot be duplicated, and a peace that feels like punishment to those who wished you harm. Even Maya Angelou once said, "When people show you who they are, believe them the first time. But as one who is chosen, you don't just believe them, you bless them by walking away." And that walk, that silence, becomes the most elegant form of justice. This is what they never saw coming. Your grace became your defense, your stillness became your storm, and your peace, that quiet, steady, unstoppable force, became the kind of revenge that heaven approves. Every scar you carry, whether visible or not, is a sacred marker. It tells the story of a soul that refused to collapse under pressure. You, God's chosen one, have endured trials that would have shattered most. And yet here you are, not only standing, but rising. Your scars may be silent, but they are trophies etched into your spirit. They prove that you've walked through fires designed to destroy you, and you came out stronger, not burned. People often marvel at your strength now. They admire your presence, the way you seem so grounded, so unshakable, but they don't see what you've hidden beneath the surface. They don't see what it cost you to become this calm. Have you ever noticed how they praise your grace but ignore the agony that shaped it? They don't know about the nights you had to whisper scriptures into your own heart just to survive the pain. They never heard you recite Psalm 34:18 in the dark. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit, while clutching your chest just to keep breathing. They weren't there when you cried silently into your pillow, so no one else would feel uncomfortable. But you were. You remember. You remember the betrayals that hit closer than any enemy's sword, betrayals from those who once promised to shield you. You remember smiling through tears so others wouldn't sense your breaking point. And you carried all of it alone, not because you wanted to, but because no one thought to ask if you needed help. They assumed you were strong enough to carry it all, and the truth that shakes them is this: you were. Your ability to carry the weight, without collapsing, without complaint, rattles those who once thought your silence meant weakness. It doesn't. Your silence was strategy. Your strength wasn't always loud, but it was always present. Have you ever wondered why your endurance bothers them more than your success? The person they see today, the calm, the wise, the grounded you, was forged in flames. Just as Joseph was betrayed by his own brothers and thrown into a pit before being raised to power in Pharaoh's palace, Genesis 50:20, you too were cast aside by those closest to you. But God turned it for your good. You didn't become powerful by accident. Your character was refined in rejection. Your wisdom was born from wounds. And your peace, that's the gift you earned by surviving what was never meant to be survivable. The same people who never checked in on you are now studying how you made it. That's the part they don't talk about, the part that humbles them. Even best-selling author and motivational speaker Les Brown once said, "You have greatness within you." But what people rarely admit is that greatness is often shaped in grief. It's born in solitude, fed by perseverance, and protected by faith. And you have walked that path without applause, without rescue, and still chose not to become bitter. You see, your scars are not just remnants of pain. They are sacred symbols of transformation. They speak of a God who was with you in the fire, just like he was with Daniel in the lion's den, not to keep you from trials, but to prove that the trials could never consume you. So the next time someone wonders how you remain so composed, so steady, so radiant, let them wonder. You have nothing to prove. Your life is already the testimony, and your survival is the echo of God's favor upon your life. Let's be honest, if others had lived even a fraction of what you endured, they would have shattered. The very things that tried to destroy you, the pain that tried to define you, would have absolutely wrecked them. But you didn't just survive it. You wore it like armor. And that armor wasn't decorative. It was forged through sleepless nights, silent prayers, and relentless perseverance. What they see as silence in you is anything but empty. It's a well overflowing with stories too sacred to share, strength too deep to flaunt, and healing too personal to post. Have you ever wondered why your silence unsettles them? Why your absence speaks louder than their noise? It's because you're not fueled by validation. You don't need to broadcast your battles or announce your process. You heal in hidden places. Like Jesus, who withdrew to the wilderness not to escape, but to pray and prepare, Luke 5:16. You retreat to strengthen your spirit, not to surrender. You never escaped the fire. You walked through it. Like the Hebrew boys in the book of Daniel, you entered the flames with nothing but faith, and when you came out, not even the smell of smoke clung to you. Daniel 3:27. They see your composure now, but they weren't there when you bled behind closed doors, when you broke down in private just to show up whole in public. They don't understand it because they couldn't have carried it. You don't wear your scars as ornaments, but you don't hide them either. You've moved beyond the need to explain where you've been. You don't owe anyone a summary of your survival. While they questioned your silence, you were being rebuilt, stone by stone, prayer by prayer. And now, every time they see you rise without explanation, their confusion grows. But that confusion isn't yours to solve. They forget one of the greatest truths about scars. They're not signs of weakness. They're evidence that you are unstoppable. Every time they underestimated you, mistreated you, lied about you, or tried to push you over the edge, they unknowingly added fuel to the fire that refined you. You didn't just survive, you transformed. And transformation is never free. While they threw stones, you collected them. While they mocked your fall, you studied your rise. Just like Nehemiah rebuilt the walls of Jerusalem in the face of mockery and sabotage, Nehemiah 4, you kept building, even with tears in your eyes and wounds on your back. Because evolution doesn't wait for applause. It happens in silence, in trenches, in shadowed places where no one thought to look. And here's the powerful truth. The law of return never misses its mark. You never had to curse them. You never had to seek revenge. You didn't even play their game. And that's exactly why heaven moved in your favor. When you didn't retaliate, when you let God keep the score, divine justice took its place. Romans 12:19 reminds us, "Do not take revenge, but leave room for God's wrath. For it is written, 'It is mine to avenge. I will repay,' says the Lord." Have you noticed that when the dust settles, life bends backward to honor the ones who stayed righteous in silence? That's what's happening to you now. You didn't just hold your peace. You became a storm no one could stop. When someone tries to break what God has already rebuilt through pain, they don't just hurt you. They activate something far beyond their understanding. They trigger the law of return. And make no mistake, it doesn't return as a whisper. It comes with correction. It rebalances the scales the world tried to tilt against you. It is the unseen force that answers every unjust word, every betrayal, every false judgment. While they live wondering why their world is shaking, you walk boldly into your next chapter with grace and authority. So the next time you look into the mirror, don't just see your reflection, see your testimony. Every scar is a credential. Every healed wound is proof that not only did you survive the storm, you became it. And the storm you became is still rising. They tried to destroy you, but they didn't realize they were aiming at a chosen one. And now, the return is already underway. Never forget this truth. The tables always turn, and when they do, you won't just rise, you'll become unreachable. The shift isn't subtle, it's seismic. When the tables flip, they don't gently rotate, they shatter. Every illusion, every lie, every false narrative built to tear you down will collapse under its own weight. You were the target when you were quiet because your silence unnerved them. But now you've become a living reminder that silence is not surrender. It is strategy, and strategy always outlasts noise. Have you ever wondered why some people are so loud in their attacks, but so blind in their awareness? It's because they thought your quiet meant you had no plan. What they didn't realize is that while they were playing games, you were playing for legacy. While they kept score, you kept vision. My dear chosen one, there's something they never understood. The game they thought they were winning was being watched, step by step, move by move, by a God who sees in secret and rewards in public. Matthew 6:6. Every mocking word, every act of sabotage, every whispered scheme was being logged in silence. And now the board is about to flip. You were never losing. You were observing. You were waiting for divine timing. Let them talk. Let them laugh. Let them celebrate your pause as if it were your end. They see stillness as weakness because they've never known the power of spiritual discipline. People who lack purpose always confuse rest with retreat. But here's the twist they never anticipated. You weren't stalling, you were sharpening. Every delay was a lesson, every silence was a seed. While they threw shade, you were stacking wisdom. While they plotted, you were planning. Every time you held your tongue when you could have exposed them, that was not cowardice, it was strength. It was discernment. Proverbs 17:27 reminds us that the one who has knowledge uses words with restraint, and whoever has understanding is even-tempered. You didn't speak because you knew your truth didn't need noise to be valid. You knew storms are not commanded by shouts, but by calm authority. They poked your wounds hoping you'd bleed publicly. Instead, you healed quietly. You disciplined your emotions when no one was watching. You let go of battles that weren't worthy of your anointing. And now, the very energy they used to tear you down is circling back, just like a storm that never forgets its sender. That's the hidden truth they never learned. The law of return doesn't discriminate. It doesn't ask who started the war. It only delivers based on what was sown. And what happens when someone sows betrayal, envy, manipulation, and gossip into your path while you're focused on peace, purpose, and growth? That energy still demands a harvest, but it doesn't return to the one who stayed grounded. It never lands on the one who stayed righteous. It finds its way back to the source. That is the justice of God in motion. You were never playing checkers with these people. You were building empires of endurance, castles of character. While they were busy chasing applause, you were storing up legacy. And now, as the winds shift and justice begins its cycle, don't let guilt creep in when their towers collapse. That wasn't your doing. It was the echo of their own intentions. Even in the world of business, Apple's co-founder Steve Jobs once said, "Sometimes life is going to hit you in the head with a brick. Don't lose faith." And you didn't. You absorbed every hit and still chose not to retaliate. You let God handle what was never yours to fix. And now it's time for the tables to turn, not in vengeance, but in vindication. So don't flinch when the fallouts begin. Don't hesitate when they face the very things they designed for you. You are not responsible for their consequences. You are responsible for your obedience. And your obedience was to stay silent, to stay still, and to let heaven handle what flesh could not. You've stayed faithful. You've stayed focused. And now the return is already underway. The law of return is not just a quiet restoration. It's a holy redefinition. It doesn't simply give back what was taken. It rewrites the story. It takes what was used to shut you out and uses it to usher you in. It opens doors that were slammed in your face. It places you in spaces they never imagined you'd walk through, rooms they tried to lock you out of with gossip, sabotage, and doubt. And here's the divine twist. Not only do you walk into those spaces, you walk in with peace. Peace in the very places they plotted your downfall. Joy in the exact places they hoped you'd collapse. Doesn't it make you wonder, how could they ever think you'd stay broken? You see, delay was never denial. What they thought was your ending was really your education. You didn't lose. You learned. You learned who was for you. You learned how to wait on God. You learned how to keep your head down while He prepared the elevation. Isaiah 40:31 declares, "But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles." And now you're soaring, quietly, confidently, unapologetically. So when the tables turn, and they always do, it won't be a simple role reversal. It won't be about switching seats. It will be an unveiling. The turning will expose everything: who was real, who was rooted, and who was simply pretending. The foundations will be tested, and you, chosen one, will not just be on the other side of that table. You'll be seated at a throne they once claimed you'd never reach. Remember how David was overlooked when the prophet came to anoint the next king, 1 Samuel 16. He wasn't invited to the room, he was left in the field. But when the return came, it didn't just restore his name, it redefined it. He wasn't just included, he was chosen. And so are you. This is what they failed to calculate. Return is not about revenge, it's divine correction. It's heaven's way of balancing what pride and injustice tried to tip. And here's the most powerful truth. Correction doesn't always come with noise. It often arrives in silence. It shows up while you're already rising, already healing, already moving forward with no interest in turning back. Have you noticed that some of your biggest victories came quietly, without announcement? Let them feel the weight of what they built. Let the consequences return to their rightful address. You don't need to lift a hand or speak a word. The return doesn't tap politely. It doesn't request permission. It arrives like a force of justice. When it comes, it doesn't knock. It kicks down the door. And by that moment, you'll be so elevated, so aligned with your assignment, that you won't even hear the crash. And that's the beauty of your journey. You didn't rise with bitterness. You rose with wisdom. You didn't climb by tearing others down. You climbed by trusting God to lift you up. And now you've become everything they said you couldn't be. Not because you proved them wrong, but because you stayed right with God. Even Denzel Washington once said, "Ease is a greater threat to progress than hardship." And you, chosen one, endured the hardship. But instead of hardening your heart, it sharpened your vision. That's why your rise is different. That's why your throne is secure. So stay grounded, stay humble. Let the return do what only it can do. You've already won. The rest is just the echo of heaven's justice catching up to your journey. You've probably realized by now that the law of return isn't just about balancing the scales. It's about revealing the unseen hand of God working behind your story all along. The very people who tried to bury you are now watching seeds grow they didn't know they planted. And here's the mystery they can't explain. How did someone they tried to destroy end up flourishing in places they were never supposed to survive? That's because you weren't just buried, you were planted. And when God plants something, it grows, even in silence, even in dark places, just like Joseph, who was thrown into a pit by his brothers, sold as a slave, and falsely imprisoned, but still rose to become governor of Egypt. Genesis 50:20. You too have been positioned for elevation, not despite your pain, but because of it. This is why the return doesn't feel like revenge. It feels like revelation. It shows the world that what was meant to destroy you became the very soil God used to build you. And as you keep rising, have you noticed the silence from the people who once had so much to say? That's not coincidence. That's consequence. And here's something else no one talks about. The return is often delayed on purpose, not to punish you, but to protect you. Because if vindication came too soon, you might still be healing. If the truth came out in your anger, it might have been tainted by ego. God waited until your peace could carry the truth without needing applause. Have you ever thought about why the betrayal didn't destroy you? Why the lies didn't paralyze you? Why the attack only pushed you deeper into purpose? It's because God was refining your vision, not just for your enemies, but for yourself. You needed to see who you really were without the distractions, without the titles, without the noise. And now you do. You're not just rising, you're awakening. You're no longer trying to prove yourself to people who were never meant to recognize your value. You're no longer asking permission to exist boldly. You're no longer available to every battle because you finally understand not every fire deserves your flame. Some things are better handled by heaven, and heaven never forgets. That's the sacred edge of the law of return. It doesn't just bring justice, it brings clarity. You begin to see why things had to fall apart. You begin to understand why they had to leave. Why certain rooms rejected you, why your name was slandered, why your loyalty was tested. And now, looking back, you realize they didn't derail you, they redirected you. Even world-renowned author Paulo Coelho once said, "The secret of life, though, is to fall 7 times and to get up 8 times. But you, chosen one, didn't just get up. You transformed during the fall. You rose as someone new, wiser, bolder, more anointed than before." So now, when the return hits, and it is already in motion, you don't need to look back. You don't need to watch their towers crumble. You don't even need to say, "I told you so." Your life speaks loud enough. Your peace makes the statement, your silence delivers the verdict, and your presence in places they tried to block. That's the echo of heaven's justice. Let God continue to write your story, line by line, while they wonder how the plot turned in your favor. Let the law of return do its divine work. You were never forgotten. You were being prepared. There's something sacred about how God lifts you up quietly. The same crowd that watched you fall is now being forced to witness your rise. But this time, from a distance they can't cross. And while they scramble for explanations, they'll never understand that what's happening in your life isn't luck, it's alignment. It's what happens when a chosen one stays faithful, even when no one is clapping, when no one is watching, and when no one is helping. And that's what makes the law of return so holy, because it works in dimensions they can't see. It works while you sleep. It works while you worship. It works while you weep in private. It works through divine timing that answers injustice without you having to say a word. While they were plotting your failure, heaven was planning your future. While they were crafting rumors, God was crafting rooms. And now you're stepping into spaces where their names don't even echo. Have you ever realized how quiet your breakthroughs are? That's not by accident. That's design. Because what God is doing for you now doesn't need to be announced. It needs to be protected. Some blessings come wrapped in silence because their weight is too sacred for public display. The oil being poured over your life is not for everyone to understand. It's for you to carry with reverence. Think of Esther. She didn't parade her power when she was chosen. She moved with wisdom. She waited for the right moment to reveal her purpose. Esther 4:14. And when the time came, she didn't just save herself. She saved a nation. That's what chosen ones do. They don't react. They respond. They don't seek attention. They seek impact. And the deeper truth is this: the law of return doesn't come to entertain. It comes to establish. It doesn't arrive for your ego. It arrives for your calling. It removes the weights you no longer need and replaces them with divine rewards. But those rewards often come quietly, because noise is not God's language. Obedience is. So while they continue playing petty games in shallow waters, you've been diving into deeper wells, drawing strength, revelation, and favor. And now that the waters are shifting, you don't need to defend your position. You don't need to explain your elevation. You just need to stay planted, stay obedient, and stay ready. Because what's coming next is not just a return. It's a revelation of who you really are. It's the unveiling of everything that's been growing in you while no one was watching. And when the curtain lifts, they won't recognize you. Not because you've changed to please them, but because you've transformed under God's hand. So let them wonder. Let them feel the absence of your energy where they once fed off your attention. Let them sit in the silence they mistook as weakness. Let them witness the unfolding of God's justice, not as a strike of vengeance, but as a wave of truth that humbles every false word spoken about you. And when they finally ask, "How did you survive all that?" you won't need to preach. You'll just point to your peace. You'll point to your endurance. You'll point to the light in your eyes that never went out, even when the world tried to dim it. Because you didn't just survive the betrayal, you outlived the narrative. You didn't just walk away from the pain, you walked into purpose. You didn't just endure the fire, you became refined by it. And now, chosen one, you're rising, not just as a survivor, but as a vessel, not just as a warrior, but as a witness that the law of return always delivers right on time. And here's the part they never anticipated. By trying to break you, they helped build you. Without realizing it, their betrayal taught you boundaries. Their rejection reminded you where your real worth comes from. Their silence taught you to hear God more clearly. Have you ever noticed how the greatest clarity often comes after the greatest chaos? That's because your anointing was never tied to their approval. Their absence didn't delay your destiny. It cleared your path. What felt like abandonment was actually alignment. God had to remove the noise so you could hear his whisper. And now, in this season, he's revealing why it all had to happen the way it did. You weren't cursed. You were covered. You weren't forgotten. You were being formed. You weren't overlooked. You were being preserved. Just as Moses was hidden for a season before leading the Israelites out of bondage, Exodus 2, you too were hidden, not to be ignored, but to be protected from premature exposure. Because some callings require seasons of silence, some elevations require divine isolation. And now, the return isn't just about you receiving, it's about you recognizing who you are, recognizing who God is, recognizing that everything, every heartbreak, every delay, every loss was not in vain. Romans 8:28 reminds us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." You are one of those people. You've been called. And now, it's time. It's time to stop asking why it happened. You already know. It had to happen for you, not to you. It's time to stop shrinking yourself to fit spaces that were never designed to contain your light. It's time to stop wondering if you're worthy. The return itself is proof that you are. They thought they could count you out, but they forgot that God never stopped counting you in. And now, as you rise into this next level, they won't recognize you, not because you've changed for the worse, but because you've transformed for the better. And elevation has a way of making people uncomfortable when they were only invested in your limitation. Let them whisper, let them speculate, let them replay the last chapter of your story while God is writing the new one. Because while they're busy looking backward, you're stepping forward, into peace, into purpose, into promises long delayed but never denied. The law of return isn't coming, it's already here. And chosen one, you're not just rising, you're reigning. And here's what you need to hold close. Chosen one, when the storm finally passes, when the energy returns to its sender and the dust settles, you will not be standing in the same place where they left you. You'll have risen. You'll be stronger in spirit, sharper in discernment, and untouchable in ways that never even crossed their imagination. What tried to weaken you only refined you. What was meant to crush you became the very pressure that forged your purpose. This journey wasn't just about survival, it was about transformation. It was about becoming. You didn't just walk through fire, you evolved in it. And now, if you've been feeling that inner shift lately, that quiet, knowing that something is about to break open in your favor, trust it. That's your rise. That's the confirmation. You are stepping into the version of yourself that was always waiting to emerge. So if this message stirred something deep in your spirit, don't scroll away in silence. Like this video to declare your agreement. Subscribe to this channel so you never miss a word meant for your journey. And if you know you've been through the fire and came out refined, drop 77 in the comments below to let the world know. You made it. You're one of the real ones. You endured, you grew, and you're still standing. And to every person who has supported this channel through super thanks, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. Your love, your encouragement, your generosity, it fuels the light that reaches chosen ones all over the world. Whether you give or simply watch and share, your presence here is a gift, and may God bless you richly for it. Share this message with another chosen one. Someone out there is still fighting their battle. Someone is still walking through their fire, and your share could be the spark that reminds them they're not alone and their rise is coming. Until next time, stay faithful, stay grounded, and remember, God's justice never misses. Your return is already in motion. Blessings to you always. Real truth never asks for permission. It waits in silence until it explodes. And chosen ones, that explosion just happened. Something has cracked wide open in the spirit realm, and now it's finally showing up in the physical. The community is in disbelief, stunned into silence, scrambling for answers. But you're not shocked. You're not even surprised. Because deep down, you knew. You saw this moment coming long before the storm clouds gathered. While others were laughing, mocking, or blindly dancing through illusions, you stood still in divine awareness. You felt the tremors beneath your feet while everyone else walked over painted floors, thinking they were on solid ground. This isn't just a moment of confirmation, it's a divine vindication. They thought they were fighting you. They whispered lies, shut doors in your face, and questioned your discernment. But what they didn't realize was that you weren't moving on your own authority. You were moving in alignment with God's timing. And now, the water they tried to stir against you is flooding back onto them. The same mouths that mocked you are speechless. The same hands that blocked your path are now reaching out desperately, grasping at the ruins of the illusion they trusted in. If you've ever felt like the only one who saw it coming, if your spirit recognizes the weight of what's unfolding, pause right now and comment 777. That number isn't just symbolic, it's a spiritual echo that you're aligned with divine completion. You were never delusional, you were simply ahead. And to every single soul who has poured into this mission through super thanks, thank you deeply. Your support doesn't just help keep this platform alive, it pushes a sacred message into places we'll never physically go, but where hearts are desperately waiting to awaken. You are helping sound the trumpet for those who are just beginning to remember who they really are. But here's the question that still haunts the silence. Why you? Why were you able to see what no one else could? Why did God trust you with that insight, that warning, that vision, long before it made sense? That's the mystery we're unlocking next. Stay with me, because what you're about to discover will not only explain your foresight, it will reveal your divine assignment. God's chosen ones. The community is in shock. You saw it coming before anyone else. You sensed the shift before the surface even showed a single crack, while everyone around you was still dancing on a floor that only looked solid. Your spirit had already picked up on the tremors, not physical ones, but spiritual waves, invisible to the human eye. What gave you that discernment before anyone else? Could it be that your soul had already been tuned to a higher frequency, one aligned with heaven itself? When that whisper from the divine struck your chest, it wasn't to make you anxious, it was to prepare you. You didn't speak out to gain control or attention. You sounded the alarm because truth wouldn't let you stay silent. Much like the prophet Jeremiah, who said, "But if I say, I will not mention his word or speak any more in his name, his word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones." Jeremiah 29. Can you relate to that inner fire? That relentless pull to speak, even when you know the cost? And when you gave voice to that fire, they laughed. They rolled their eyes. They called you dramatic, delusional, even dangerous. They saw no badge, no certificate, no endorsement from those they considered credible. But the world never did recognize the chosen at first glance. Jesus himself was rejected in Nazareth, his own hometown. They said, "Isn't this the carpenter's son?" Matthew 13:55. What they couldn't comprehend, they dismissed. You were never reacting to your environment. Your environment was reacting to you. When you enter a room, the temperature shifts, not because you make noise, but because your spirit confronts the lies soaking into the walls. Have you noticed how some people suddenly grow uncomfortable around you without a word being said? It's not intimidation, it's conviction. The truth is, your very presence is disruptive to illusions, and illusions don't like being seen for what they are. That's why they fought you. That's why they ridiculed you. But you were right, even without the paperwork. Right, even without applause. The universe does not select based on resumes. It selects based on readiness and alignment. And you, God's chosen one, were already steps ahead while they were still trying to catch up to yesterday. They're losing sleep now, pacing through the night, not because of you, but because of what you showed them. You were a mirror they couldn't avoid, and your presence made it impossible for them to remain blind to the cracks in their own world. Their rejection wasn't proof that you were wrong. It was confirmation that you were revealing too much, too soon. Have you ever wondered why Joseph's brothers hated him before he even said a word? Genesis 37 tells us they hated him simply because of who he was and the favor on his life. When he shared his dream, they said, "Do you intend to reign over us?" But Joseph wasn't boasting. He was just revealing what had already been written. The pushback you've received wasn't because you lied. It was because you told the truth too early for them to handle. Even in today's world, those who speak truth before its time are misunderstood. Consider Malala Yousafzai, the Pakistani activist and Nobel Peace Prize laureate. At the age of 11, she began speaking up for girls' right to education in a society that wanted her silenced. She was shot for it, but her voice sparked a global movement. Her story proves what yours does too. You don't need to be ready in the eyes of the world to be right in the eyes of heaven. And when it felt like you were being hidden or cast aside, it wasn't abandonment, it was preservation. Like Moses, who spent 40 years in the wilderness before stepping into leadership, God was not delaying Moses. He was preparing him. What if your isolation was not punishment, but protection? What if being parked in obscurity was the safest place God could place you until the appointed hour? Those who laughed will soon have to admit what they tried to ignore. Every insult they whispered is now echoing back at them as life confirms what you warned about. But you don't need revenge. Romans 12:19 reminds you, "Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath, for it is written, 'It is mine to avenge, I will repay,' says the Lord." You don't need to prove anything. The aftermath is loud enough. The fallout is its own punctuation. Let them wonder how you knew, how you stayed calm, how you never retaliated. The answer isn't complicated. You were aligned, and alignment always outruns approval. While others sought safety in numbers, you stood grounded in truth. And now that truth is unraveling everything they thought was secure, you were never off track. You were simply ahead of time, and that is exactly what scared them. Truth is no longer gently knocking, it's roaring like a storm tearing through the streets of their lives, shattering the glass of every carefully curated lie. The calm they tried to manufacture is gone, replaced by the sound of crumbling structures they once swore would never move. Those facades, the ones worn by leaders who preached with empty hearts, the influencers who sold delusion wrapped in charisma, the puppet masters operating behind veils of charm, are unraveling exactly as you warned. And now the neighborhood is rattled, the silence has broken, and every mask is sliding off, exposing what was always there. You never raised your voice to cause panic or stir drama. Your words weren't noise, they were warning. You were the siren before the quake, the red flag planted before the storm hit, like the prophet Ezekiel, who was called a watchman over Israel and told, "If the watchman sees the sword coming and does not blow the trumpet to warn the people, I will hold the watchman accountable." Ezekiel 33:6. And you, like him, sounded the trumpet. What they called troublemaking was actually protection. What they dismissed as paranoia was divine preparation. Now, the aftershocks are swallowing the hush they forced upon you. Your voice, once silenced and mocked, is now echoing through the ruins of their denial. Can you feel it? The irony of their laughter now bouncing off the broken walls they once defended so confidently. Your existence alone has become a form of resistance. You didn't need a microphone to shatter falsehoods. Your silence became the loudest confrontation of all. Your vision, sharp and inconvenient, became a hammer to the illusions they built their comfort on. Why did they recoil? Because they felt that spiritual heat radiating from you. They weren't reacting to chaos, they were reacting to clarity. But it's too late now. The cracks have multiplied like spider webs across their artificial world. And here's the terrifying part. For them, the universe hasn't even released its full weight yet. The divine shaking is just getting started. Do you feel that rising tension in your spirit? That unspoken knowing that what's coming next will be undeniable? If your inner world has been pacing at night while everything outside remained quiet. If your silence has felt like a scream trapped in your chest, that is not confusion. That's prophecy-building pressure. King David once wrote, "I have been young, and now am old, yet I have not seen the righteous forsaken." Psalm 37, verse 25. Your solitude, those quiet seasons where it felt like God had put you on pause, was never punishment. It was your divine training ground. Like Elijah in the wilderness, you were being fed in private so you could speak with fire in public. If something in your gut has been whispering, "It's coming and I must be ready," don't ignore it. Stay grounded, because what is about to land will confirm every inner knowing you've had to carry alone. They called you dramatic. They said you were wild. And yet now they are living inside the very storm track you mapped in silence. Real-life reformers understand this exact tension. Greta Thunberg, a young climate activist from Sweden, began warning about environmental collapse when she was still a teenager. They mocked her, belittled her, labeled her too young and too emotional. But years later, her voice became a rallying cry across the globe. She wasn't chaotic, she was correct. You carry that same anointing. They didn't want to hear you, because the truth in your tone disrupted their comfort. Your warnings didn't fade, they amplified. Your calm was never confusion, it was calibration. You weren't paranoid, you were pinpoint precise. Every hesitation they had about your message was never about you, it was about the reflection you showed them. And that reflection, through your stillness, became unbearable. Now, as they scramble to rebuild narratives and blame shadows for their undoing, you stand where you always were, rooted, waiting, watching, exactly where God positioned you. What's coming next will be so clear, so divine, you won't even blink, because you already saw it. You already lived it in your spirit. And now the world is catching up. While they mocked your silence, assuming it was weakness or confusion, that very silence was decoding systems. You weren't frozen, you were focused. Beneath the hush they misunderstood was a mind quietly breaking open secret structures. A spirit sensing the smoke before a single flame was visible. And now, with the house on fire, the very ones who dismissed you are desperately turning to the same voice they once called unstable. The same intuition they laughed at has become their only hope of survival. Isn't it ironic how quickly opinions change when the truth arrives clothed in fire? Let's make something clear. You were never simply observing personalities or moods. You were decoding entire ecosystems. Corruption dressed in leadership, manipulation masquerading as charm, smiling faces hiding sharpened daggers. You weren't being dramatic. You were being accurate. You saw what they didn't want seen, the game behind the game. Just like the prophet Daniel in Babylon, you had the divine ability to interpret what others couldn't. Daniel didn't just interpret dreams. He read systems. He saw through the politics of kings and exposed the intentions of empires. That gift now rests in you. The writing was already on the wall. They just couldn't read the language. And that language? It wasn't learned in school. It was carved into your spirit through trial, exile, and wilderness seasons. You read what others ignore because it was etched into your bones long before the storm arrived. How many times did you walk into a room, feel the energy shift, and know something wasn't right, without a single word being spoken? They called it paranoia, but deep down, they were afraid your clarity would call out their cover stories. Now the static they defended as normal life is disintegrating before their eyes. That dull hum they clung to was never peace, it was denial, and while they stumble through their unraveling, you're still standing. How? Because you were never relying on the illusion. You were tuned to truth the entire time. The weight you carried was never noise. It was wisdom wrapped in warfare. It was divine knowledge assigned to you for this exact season. And the weight they carried wasn't discernment. It was guilt. That's why they tried to shift the focus. That's why they called you unstable. It was easier to discredit you than face what your presence exposed in them. If they admitted you were right, they'd have to admit their entire structure was built on sand. Jesus said it plainly in Luke 12:2-3. There is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known. What you have said in the dark will be heard in the daylight. You weren't trying to bring anyone down, but the light you carried naturally exposed what couldn't stand in it. This isn't some mystical payback from the heavens. This is divine justice unfolding through cause and effect. Spiritual law is not emotional, it's exact. Push against the current protecting a chosen one, and that current pushes back with the force of heaven. Pharaoh learned this the hard way. When he tried to hold on to God's people, every resistance only brought greater consequence until Egypt itself cracked. In our time, even figures like whistleblower Edward Snowden serve as proof. Once a systems analyst for the NSA, Snowden exposed global surveillance programs and was branded a traitor by those who feared the truth he carried. But his revelations forever changed how the world sees privacy and power. Like you, he read systems, not for applause but out of responsibility. And now, like a tapestry coming undone, the structures that stood against you are coming apart thread by thread. You don't need to curse anyone. You don't need to seek revenge. You only need to stand still. The unraveling is its own proof. Every excuse they built is collapsing under the weight of what you revealed. What does this mean for you? It means you're exactly where you were meant to be, an unmoved voice in the center of a storm you saw forming long before the clouds gathered. You were never unstable. You were unshakable. Pause for a moment and really look at yourself, not just through your reflection, but through the journey your soul has survived. Can you still feel the echo of that night when you cried alone, begging for the pressure to be lifted from your chest, wondering if God had forgotten you? How did you survive moments that would have broken others? How did you keep standing when every part of you felt shattered? You didn't choose this calling. You didn't raise your hand and say, "Let me carry the weight." But even so, you were drafted by heaven's will, handpicked by divine timing. And that means your vision was never random. It was strategic. That means your insight wasn't an accident. It was assigned. Like Moses, who doubted himself when God called him to face Pharaoh, you may have felt unqualified. But Exodus 4:12 reminds you of what God told him. Now go, I will help you speak and will teach you what to say. Hasn't that been your story too? Being led by something higher, even when your confidence was low. You weren't made to blend in. You were designed to disrupt patterns and expose what's been rotting behind painted smiles. When they attacked, they weren't striking you. They were colliding with the current that surrounds those on divine assignment. Do you think Joseph's brothers hated him? Or was it the favor and dreams that wrapped around him like a coat they couldn't wear? They thought they were playing games with your name, whispering, mocking, undermining. But the board was spiritual, and they were playing chess blindfolded while the kingdom had already crowned you. Now the board is flipped, and every hidden scheme is unraveling in public view. Don't exhaust yourself explaining. Don't shrink to fit conversations where your truth is too large to be contained. Why waste words on ears not built for your frequency? Didn't Jesus say in Matthew 7:6, "Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs"? If they couldn't hear you when the wind was gentle, will they suddenly understand now that the storm has come? They feared the day you'd wake up fully to your power, because your clarity would burn through their illusions. Now look, they're trembling in the ashes of a system they built to cage you. You tried to warn them, not to boast, but because you could feel the shift coming. You were the barometer of spiritual change. Even when you had no proof, your gut knew. You didn't carry spreadsheets. You were the prophecy, walking, breathing, unfiltered truth. This isn't just poetic metaphor, it's reality. Malcolm X, once a misunderstood and vilified figure, spoke the hard truths of his time, truths people weren't ready to face. Branded as radical, he was later recognized as one of the most important voices in the fight for justice. His vision wasn't chaos, it was clarity ahead of its time. Like you, he wasn't trying to win applause, he was obeying conviction. Doesn't this remind you of what's happening in your own life now? So breathe this in, not with arrogance, but with awe. You were always locked into the frequency of truth. You were hearing God's channel while others danced to static. And now that truth is roaring. The volume is maxed, the signal undeniable. They thought they buried you. They believed your silence was surrender, but they didn't realize that seeds aren't buried, they're planted, and they planted you in soil too sacred for their roots to survive. Isaiah 61:3 declares that God will give you a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. Can you feel that exchange happening now? You weren't dramatic. You were divine timing becoming visible. And now the world is watching what obedience under pressure truly becomes. Now the entire community is stumbling through uncertainty. They feel off-center, but not because chaos suddenly arrived, because the voice they once gagged is the same voice creation had aligned with from the beginning. You were not a disturbance, you were a signal, and now that signal is unmistakable. They assumed your silence was surrender, but isn't silence often the sound of a sword being sharpened? They thought your stillness meant weakness, but what if that pause was divine preparation? What if the quiet was heaven recalibrating your clarity? Isaiah 30:15 says, "In quietness and trust is your strength," and you carried that quiet like a hidden blade, never drawn in pride, only when timing called for truth. They called you dramatic, too emotional, too stubborn to move on. But now they're learning. Truth doesn't forget. Truth watches. And when the time comes, truth roars with precision. You rang the alarm when the air still smelled clean, and they hated you for it. Why? Because you lifted the rug they spent years polishing and revealed the rot beneath. That's why they needed you gone. Your clarity made them confront what they were desperate to keep hidden. You didn't force it. You simply stood in truth. And that alone tore their illusions down. When you walk into a space carrying divine sight, you don't need to shine a spotlight on anyone. The truth in you dims every artificial glow. You don't chase attention, but those who rely on illusion always feel exposed beside you. Doesn't this remind you of the story of Stephen in Acts 6 and 7? He didn't fight with weapons. He spoke truth with such power that even his accusers could not stand up against the wisdom the Spirit gave him as he spoke. And when the truth cut too deep, they silenced him, not because he lied, but because he was right before they were ready. You didn't have to lift a finger. Just breathing in their presence made their nerves twitch, not because you were loud, but because you were accurate. Truth rarely thrives in crowds. It grows in margins, in silence, in exile. And then, when it bursts forth, no one can deny it. Isn't that what's happening now? They didn't exile you because you were wrong. They turned on you because you were right too soon. You forced a revelation they weren't prepared to handle. Rather than sit with the discomfort, they threw you into the same pit they hoped to bury the truth in. But like Joseph, the pit wasn't your end. It was the start of elevation. The fallout they tried to avoid. It's no longer creeping in, it's crashing down. Not with headlines or declarations, but with quiet, undeniable collapse. You never needed fists. You've always fought with frequency. What you carried wasn't opinion, it was resonance. A divine vibration that pierced through denial like light cracks darkness. And even now, as everything unravels, your echo lingers in the places they tried to erase. Their strained smiles, broken contracts, and sudden questions are all tied to the sound of your warnings. They can dodge your voice, but they cannot unhear what it awakened. You have become a mirror they cannot avoid. Even when every glance scorches, you still rise, not through louder shouting, but through stillness. Your silence now holds more weight than their most eloquent speeches. Why? Because you no longer need to prove what God has already confirmed. Look at how the universe responded when you released the need to defend yourself. It was as if heaven turned up the volume on your assignment. Romans 8:31 asks, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" That's not just a verse. It's the law your life is now living. And when that divine system moves, when it spins, lies scatter, timelines shift, balance returns. If you still feel the flicker of doubt within you, release it now. You were never overreacting. You were the only one in the room carrying clarity in a space suffocated by denial. That requires a strength they'll never be able to understand. They joked, they gossiped, they reduced your identity to punchlines. But now, what bounces off the walls isn't their laughter. It's your truth, confirmed. And what echoes in their ribs isn't just regret that you were right. It's the weight of knowing that you never needed their validation to be right at all. You didn't chase their applause. You didn't beg for a platform. You didn't demand recognition. You released the truth and walked forward. Much like Maya Angelou, the American poet and civil rights icon, who once said, "I can be changed by what happens to me, but I refuse to be reduced by it." Her strength was not in shouting louder, it was in living deeper. And now, that same strength radiates from you. And now, time, with its sharp, unforgiving tongue, is speaking everything you stopped trying to explain. You no longer have to justify yourself. The clock has become your advocate, and every second is spelling out the truth you once struggled to make them hear. This is the very reason you were drafted. Not by accident, but by divine appointment. You were the one who dared to speak when silence was safer. You stood your ground when rejection felt endless. And that choice, that spine, that quiet refusal to fold, became the proof of alignment in motion. How many people would have stayed standing when no applause followed? Yet you did. Isn't that what makes you chosen? You were never just background noise. You were the early thunder before the storm could be seen. And now you are the calm that follows after the walls have fallen. What if this calm isn't weakness, but divine closure? Just like Jesus, who didn't respond to Pilate's accusations, not because he had no defense, but because he was the truth. John 18:37. Why argue when time itself is now finishing your sentence? Don't disturb that sacred stillness. Let them sit in the echo. Let them feel the hollow emptiness that once tried to drown your clarity in noise. Your silence is not absence, it is divine strategy. It is the holy hush truth wears when it stops asking for attention and begins writing the outcome. Walk forward as someone who has already seen the ending, who doesn't need to shout, plead, or warn anymore. Move with the knowing that confirmation is already being etched into every conversation, every consequence, every confession. You don't have to make announcements. Reality is doing it for you. This is not revenge. It's resonance. It's the sound of alignment echoing off broken systems. Your assignment wasn't to punish. It was to position. And now that your role is complete, let the echo roll. Let it rattle loose the beams they once swore were unshakable. Let it burn through pretense like fire licking dry leaves. Why? Because everything you said would happen is happening, scene for scene, moment for moment. Do you remember Jeremiah again? After being thrown into a cistern, abandoned and silenced, he still declared in chapter 20, verse 11, "But the Lord is with me like a mighty warrior, so my persecutors will stumble and not prevail." And isn't that what you're seeing now? Persecutors stumbling, not because you struck back, but because your stance never moved. Even today, consider someone like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., whose words were ridiculed, resisted, and ignored. But now his dream echoes louder than ever in the halls of power. He didn't fight with fists. He fought with frequency. He didn't demand approval. He delivered truth, and time proved him right. Isn't that exactly what you've done? You stood in what God showed you, even when no one clapped. And now the applause of heaven is unfolding in confirmation too loud to deny. You don't need to prove anything anymore. The fruit of your obedience is speaking for itself. So breathe. Let the silence speak. Let the reverberation of truth finish the work you began. And as the dust settles, you'll realize something powerful. What felt like isolation was actually insulation. What seemed like delay was divine design. You weren't early, you were exact. Dear chosen ones, your courage, faith, and love continually inspire us to create content that speaks to your spirit. If our message has stirred something real inside you, and you feel led to support this work, you can do so by clicking the Super Thanks button right on your YouTube screen. Your kindness helps us keep shining light, and whether you give or not, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for being the kind of audience that walks with faith, listens with depth, and shares with purpose. Stay blessed, stay aligned. You were chosen for a reason, and that reason is unfolding beautifully. Now, back to the truth they tried to bury. They pushed you aside to protect the version of the story they'd carefully staged. But now, that story is leaking like a fractured pipe, and the spill is spreading across every surface they once kept polished. The mess is no longer containable. The truth, once gagged, is dripping through ceilings, seeping into walls, showing up in conversations they can no longer control. You were never the strange piece on the board. You were the original. The room was simply tilted by people who couldn't keep balance around someone unwilling to fake even a single breath. Can a soul rooted in truth ever feel comfortable among performances? Let's be honest. The moment your presence became a mirror, one too clean, too confronting for their comfort, the exile began. Not loud, not obvious, but sharp, methodical, and clocked with precision. They didn't remove you because you were wrong. They removed you because your accuracy struck nerves they'd spent years trying to deaden. Their discomfort wasn't your doing. It was your discernment. You were never just a disruption. You were a divine interruption, like a system glitch in a room that only functioned through illusion, in a space sewn together with fake smiles, rehearsed responses, and peace that only lasted as long as no one asked real questions. You were the frequency they couldn't mute. You were the signal that couldn't be ignored. And when a whole community builds its unity on denial, the one who shows up carrying raw, unpolished truth becomes a flame near dry timber. That flame was you. You didn't arrive with vague suggestions or passive observations. You showed up with spiritual sight, seeing straight through titles, behind power plays, through hollow applause and manufactured harmony. You saw what they didn't want seen, the rot behind the rehearsal. And they knew if you stayed, others would start seeing it too. That's why the push began. Not through confrontation, but through coded jokes. shifting glances, and sudden changes in tone. You could feel the shift in the air every time you opened your mouth, as if your words were contagious, and they were desperate to isolate the source. They had a choice: confront the truth or cut off its messenger, and they chose the latter. But here's the twist. The silence they tried to weaponize is now roaring through the very rooms they once controlled. The warnings you gave about false influence, whispered agendas, and corrupt systems, they're no longer whispered suspicions. They're visible fractures in plain view. Can they still pretend not to see them now? And the questions you asked long ago, the ones they mocked, are now thundering at their doors. Except now, you're not there to absorb the impact. You're not cushioning the fall. You're no longer their scapegoat, and that absence is louder than your presence ever was. Don't be mistaken. They didn't exile you because you were unreadable. They clipped you because you were crystal clear. They knew you could see through their armor. You weren't dazzled by badges, titles, or cultivated images. That terrified them. Why? Because a person who cannot be seduced by image cannot be controlled by the system. Think of John the Baptist, a wild prophet in camel hair, ignored by temple elites, yet chosen to prepare the way for the Messiah. The Pharisees couldn't tolerate him because he exposed what their robes couldn't cover. You too became a threat, not because you stirred chaos, but because you couldn't be drafted into it. You didn't cause division. You couldn't be recruited into their performance. You weren't an actor. You were a revealer. They tried to erase your influence, but the more they pushed, the sharper your outline became. How often has silence tried to smother the light, only to illuminate it instead? While they built alliances through fear and appearances, you were forged in the quiet. Your solitude was not a cage, it was a furnace. Isolation didn't break you, it built you. Psalm 66, 10 through 12 says, "For you, God, tested us. You refined us like silver. We went through fire and water, but you brought us to a place of abundance." Isn't that exactly what's unfolding now? Consider Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German theologian who stood against the Nazi regime when the church stayed silent. Exiled, imprisoned, eventually executed, but his voice outlived the silence. His refusal to compromise exposed the moral rot of an entire system. He wasn't removed because he was dangerous. He was removed because he couldn't be controlled. And just like that, you too became the soul that didn't flinch. The one who couldn't be bought, tricked, flattered, or broken. You were carved, not crushed. Hidden, but never lost. Pushed aside, only to be pushed deeper into purpose. And now that purpose is emerging, refined, unshakable, now they stand at a distance, observing your rise with quiet dread, hoping, almost praying, that your growth remains small and unthreatening, but deep down, they feel it. The ground is shifting beneath their feet, and it's not coincidence. It's confirmation. You've become everything they tried to silence. Everything they tried to bury has now rooted itself in the soil of divine protection and sprouted into undeniable presence. Can they feel it now? The consequence of underestimating what was never theirs to control. Your ascent proves something profound. The divine doesn't rely on anyone's stage or spotlight to announce it's chosen. It doesn't wait for invitations. It moves when alignment meets readiness. And sometimes the silence you thought was abandonment was actually the space heaven needed to allow every lie about you to exhaust itself. You didn't need validation from crowds who were addicted to illusions. All you needed was stillness. And the truth began to speak louder than any rumor ever could. So it's time to stop labeling your exile as punishment. It was never rejection. It was redirection. It was a promotion disguised as removal. Like David being chased into caves by Saul, what looked like a setback was actually a setup. In the shadows, you were being trained for what public platforms could never prepare you for. You weren't sent away. You were pulled aside. The heavens said, "This one, we're going to preserve them." You were preserved from fake loyalty, from spiritual manipulation wrapped in guilt trips, from the shallow performance of religious politics. Like Elijah under the broom tree, you were hidden not because you were weak, but because you were too valuable to be contaminated by what was spreading. 1 Kings 19 shows that even prophets can feel overwhelmed and alone. But it was in that solitude that Elijah heard the still small voice. Not in the fire, not in the earthquake, but in the whisper. And yet, even in your protected silence, you questioned your worth. You wondered why the applause stopped, but pause and ask, since when do the guardians of illusion hand microphones to those devoted to piercing truth? Why would systems built on pretending ever uplift the one who sees clearly through the fog? They weren't shielding themselves from your weakness. They were shielding themselves from your strength. Your absence was their insurance policy. They didn't exile a mistake. They exiled a mirror. Unable to outthink you, outshine you, or outlast you, they chose the coward's path, erase the threat. But strength like yours doesn't disappear. It lingers in the room after you've left. It haunts unfinished sentences. It lives in their doubt. And now, one by one, every warning you spoke is playing out scene by scene like a prophecy they never wanted to believe. They're not quoting you now out of admiration. They're revisiting your words out of fear, because what you said is becoming reality. Every line is laced with truth they didn't want to digest. Let them breathe it in. The smoke of the castle they built on silence, now burning down to ash. You tried to steer them from the cliff. You extended grace when you owed them nothing. But some people won't hear until the floor falls out from under them. And some lessons only land after the teacher walks out. You were never meant to shout over chaos. You were meant to step back and let consequences speak. So walk with your head high, not in arrogance but in awareness. You were never meant to fit into seats that required you to betray your discernment. You weren't created to stay in rooms where truth was the enemy. Just as Jesus walked away from towns that rejected his message, you too were called to move on, not because you failed them, but because your mission was never to blend in. Think of Harriet Tubman, once enslaved, then a conductor of freedom. She wasn't welcome in the circles of power, but she was unstoppable in purpose. She once said, "I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves." Like her, you were never here to keep people comfortable. You were called to wake them up. You were never made for crowds addicted to pleasant lies. Your soul was sculpted for holy disruption. Your blueprint wasn't for blending in. It was for standing up, standing out, and standing firm. Your so-called exile was actually a divine billboard, and across it was written one bold word: redirect. You were called away because you were being called higher. And now that you've answered, there's no going back. The same circle that once flinched at your presence, shrinking back at the force of your spirit, will soon circle back, this time searching for your compass. They once called your voice too much. Soon they'll call it necessary. They mocked your clarity before, but now, with the fog closing in, they crave the direction they once dismissed. Whether you choose to open the gate again, though, is entirely up to you. Because now the script has flipped, and the stage they once guarded like sacred ground, it's collapsing beneath their feet. They begged for clarity, and when heaven answered them through your mouth, they recoiled. They prayed for rain, and when the storm came wearing your name, they cursed the skies. Isn't it strange how people plead for breakthrough, then panic when it doesn't arrive in the form they prefer? You came without rehearsal, without sweetened words, raw, real, righteous, and they slammed the door, not because you misunderstood their request, but because you didn't show up gift-wrapped in flattery or denial. You didn't twist your truth to make it palatable. Instead, you delivered it with the authority of someone who had earned it through blood, tears, and long nights of wrestling. Just like the prophet Isaiah, who was told by God to deliver truth even when the people would not listen. In Isaiah 6:9-10, God says, "Go and tell this people, be ever hearing, but never understanding. Be ever seeing, but never perceiving." You walked in with clarity that made their masks itch, and when you refused to bend or beg, they chose blindness over breakthrough. They wanted a mirror that softened their flaws, but you held up a mirror polished to divine shine, and they couldn't escape what stared back at them. That's a classic pattern. Reject the medicine because it doesn't taste like sugar. They didn't want healing. They wanted anesthesia. They didn't want you. They wanted comfort disguised as truth. Now, the very explosives they buried in their foundations are detonating. The false cycles are combusting. The phony leaders they followed are being exposed. And the consequences? Arriving exactly on schedule. Your silence now speaks louder than the applause they used to offer out of politeness. And while they scramble for explanations, they keep returning to your words, words they once mocked, because something in their spirit recognizes that wasn't theory, that was revelation, and revelation never expires. What you spoke wasn't memorized from a script. It was distilled from the nights you cried alone, from the long wilderness seasons when no one clapped, and still you chose to listen. That's the kind of authority that cannot be fabricated by titles, conferences, or hashtags. It's the kind that comes from being pressed, but not crushed, from being broken and still believing. They couldn't box you in. They couldn't pin you down. You wouldn't fold yourself into the neat dimensions of their systems. You upset it, like Jesus flipping tables in the temple. You disrupted the marketplace of performative faith. They expected their rescue to arrive with soft tones and acceptable packaging. Instead, it showed up in you, with eyes of flame and a voice that refused to lie. Your gaze refused to tolerate false peace. You didn't blink when it was time to confront illusion. You didn't trade truth for applause. And because of that, they blocked their own breakthrough. They weren't rejecting you. They were rejecting what your presence required of them. They were addicted to performance, not protection. They wanted to be reassured, not realigned. But you were never called to be a performer. You were called to be a pivot. In the same spirit, consider Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German theologian who stood against Nazi ideology even when most of the church stayed silent. He didn't flatter the powerful. He confronted evil, and it cost him his life. But today, his legacy stands taller than every name that tried to erase him. Like you, his truth was too dangerous to be accepted by a system addicted to comfort. And now, like a trumpet in the night, your silence still echoes in their minds. Every word you spoke continues to challenge their foundations, because deep down they know the one they blocked was the one sent to protect them. But heaven never begs, and grace has a timeline. Now they stand among the ruins of what they once swore was unshakable, finally recognizing that the voice they silenced was the shield they now desperately wish they had embraced. The truth you carried wasn't a disruption. It was a warning. But it came too early for their comfort. You weren't wrong. You were ahead of schedule. You didn't miss the mark. You struck before they even acknowledged there was a target. Can you see it now? That's what it means to be chosen. You show up before people admit they need saving. Being chosen often looks like being out of sync with everyone else, speaking insight before the problem is recognized, delivering answers no one wants until consequences crash through the ceiling. Like the prophets of old, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, you sounded the alarm before the disaster, not after. And just like them, you were rejected not for being false, but for being too true, too soon. Jeremiah lamented, "The word of the Lord has brought me insult and reproach all day long." Jeremiah 28. Isn't that what you lived through? You became the midnight bell, the clock chiming when the masquerade was supposed to end. And with that chime, the false peace cracked. The vibration you carried was never soft or sweet. It howled through atmospheres, ripping pretense from walls like wind tearing down banners. That's why they ran. They didn't reject you. They rejected what your presence demanded of them. Honesty, transformation, depth. You didn't spark fear. You triggered self-confrontation. Let them sit in the wreckage. Let them scroll silently now, watching your life rise while theirs unravels. Not because you wish them harm, but because exposure is truth's final punctuation. Not vengeance, just consequence. You don't have to grieve their no anymore. That chapter is sealed. You were never planting seeds for their applause. You were sounding the trumpet. You were sent to deliver the memo. You rang the bell. They skipped the lesson. And now the hourglass has emptied. You were never meant to be their comfort mascot. You were the divine interruption, sent for confrontation, for correction, for revelation. And that assignment rarely comes with fanfare. It often brings whispers behind closed doors, strained smiles, awkward exits, and rolled eyes. But after all that, what follows is confirmation, and that's the season now rolling in like a tide that can't be stopped. They didn't turn from you because you lacked spark. They recoiled because you arrived carrying too much fire. You were the torch they didn't want to hold. You showed up as the solution long before they were willing to admit there was even a problem. And now, with the excuses gone and the curtain pulled back, all that remains is silence. And in that silence, your voice carries farther than it ever did in the noise. They accused you of chaos, but you were never the fire. You were the alarm, wailing before the smoke. You weren't disturbing the peace. You were refusing to let a burning building be called home. They labeled your clarity as a threat because you wouldn't rock along with their lullaby of denial. You didn't make the flames. You simply refused to sing over the sirens. When you crossed the threshold, the atmosphere responded. Tension rose. Smiles tightened. Air grew thin. You didn't bend to dysfunction, and that alone shattered their illusion of control. Your stillness roared. Their set decorations began to tremble. They weren't angry because you caused the storm. They were afraid because you recognized the thunder forming before they could hide it behind their painted curtains. You sensed the betrayal in the air. You felt the weight of secrets pressing on your chest. You carried divine alignment, even without external credentials. And that terrified a system built to blindfold its own. They slapped the label storm on you, hoping to silence what they couldn't understand, but all you did was point to the thunder that had always been echoing behind their own walls. Think of the poet and activist Maya Angelou, who once said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time." Like you, her truth-telling wasn't always welcomed. Her presence challenged systems of oppression and forced people to see what they tried to ignore. Her voice, like yours, became louder in silence, more powerful in rejection. They wanted calm, even if it was cardboard thin. They craved quiet, even if it meant suffocating the truth. But you walked in, radiating something dangerous to them: authenticity, the kind that sets fire to facades, the kind that makes masks melt. And when they couldn't unplug your warning, they tried to destroy the device itself. That device was you. But what they never understood is this: you were not the chaos, you were the clarity. And now the world is finally catching up to what your spirit knew all along. Now the chaos is no longer lurking in the shadows. It has taken center stage, tearing the illusions down like an angry wind ripping the curtains off a stage play. This collapse didn't happen because you summoned it. It happened because they refused to listen. You weren't the storm. You were the siren trying to wake them before the storm hit. Now, relationships are unraveling, alliances are breaking, and masks are falling in heaps. The myth of unity, the performance they clung to so tightly, is cracking apart like paint peeling from a rotted wall. And in the wreckage, those same mouths that once whispered, "You're the problem," are now quietly asking, "Why didn't anyone warn us?" But someone did. It was you. You were the voice. You were the signal. The problem was never your message. It was how swiftly you spoke it, how clearly you delivered it. You didn't sugarcoat the truth. You didn't bow to their comfort. And because the vessel didn't match their idea of how truth should arrive, they rejected both the voice and the revelation it carried. Like the Pharisees who couldn't accept that the Messiah wore no crown, they tossed out the answer simply because it didn't fit their pride-driven mold. But remember, Luke 7:33-34 reminds us, "For John the Baptist came neither eating bread nor drinking wine, and you say, 'He has a demon.' The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and you say, 'Here is a glutton and a drunkard.'" Truth is often dismissed because of how it's packaged. Hold this tightly. When doubt tries to sneak in, know that your unease was never dysfunction. It was divine detection. Your spirit wasn't chaotic. It was calibrated to detect poison in still water. You didn't cause the disturbance. You simply refused to swim in a current filled with corruption. And in arenas where false peace is maintained by silence and selective blindness, anyone who sees too clearly is often labeled too serious, too sensitive, or too unstable. But now the floor they danced upon is buckling. Their secrets are coughing themselves into daylight. The lies they swore were solid are splintering like dry twigs in a wildfire. And whose name is circling through their minds? Yours. That knowledge guts them. Not just that you were right, but that you remained steady. You didn't gloat. You didn't fight for credit. You simply walked away. And now, your absence echoes louder than your presence ever did. When the alarm leaves and the fire finally arrives, all pretense crumbles. The pretending ends. The sirens they once called annoying are now a haunting memory of the clarity they rejected. You were never meant to be beloved in those places. Your role was never comfort. It was confrontation. You were sent to interrupt, not to be applauded. Jesus said in Matthew 10:34, "Do not suppose that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword." You weren't called to blend in, but to draw a line where darkness had blurred the truth. It was never your job to dilute your light just so others could keep sleeping in the dark. It was never your burden to hold guilt for seeing too soon, too clearly. Your gift is vision, your challenge is timing, and your reward? Watching confirmation blossom at exactly the right season. And that season is now. So walk forward, shoulders back, not in arrogance, but in honor. You weren't their favorite voice, but you were the one they needed. And now, as fire knocks at every door, that sound carries a rhythm eerily close to the truth you once spoke. A truth they can no longer escape. You didn't drag the storm in. You were just bold enough to name it. And now the world is waking up in the middle of the very thing you tried to prevent. If you feel something deep stirring in your chest right now, that's not just emotion. That's confirmation. Drop 77 in the comments and let every other chosen one feel that the shift has begun. You are not alone. You are not early. You are exactly on time. Stay awake, because what comes next will not only validate your journey, it will ignite your destiny. They saw the same warning signs you did, the forced laughter that didn't reach the eyes, the weight in the room that couldn't be named, the shift in energy that made even casual glances feel like confessions. The signs were not subtle. They were as loud as thunder muffled under velvet. The difference was you responded to them. They didn't. When the time came to stand with truth or blend into the crowd, they chose applause over authenticity. They weren't confused. They were comfortable. And comfort to them was worth more than conviction. You stood when others sat. You spoke when silence was trending. You called out the growing cracks not to cause fear, but to invite healing before collapse. And that's what terrified them. When you brought light into the room, it didn't just reveal your courage. It exposed their quiet complicity. Your bravery stripped away their excuses. The moment you raised your voice, neutrality became a myth. Every person who stayed silent was no longer a bystander. They had cast their vote for the lie. Think of Elijah on Mount Carmel. Alone against 450 prophets of Baal, he stood for the truth when the crowd bowed to false gods. The fire of God came not when the crowd cheered, but when one man dared to challenge their comfort. 1 Kings 18:22-38. Isn't that what you did? You didn't burn bridges, you lit signals. You didn't divide, you revealed what was already divided. While they clung to their positions, reputations, and influence, you carried the weight they didn't have the spine to hold. And yet they watched. They watched you get isolated. They watched the labels stick. Troublemaker, dramatic, extremist. They watched and then quietly returned to their routines, hoping no one would question their stillness. But silence has never been neutral ground. Every shrug, every closed-door conversation, every whisper to just let it go was a brick in the wall that's now crumbling in plain sight. What are they thinking now as the structure they helped prop up begins to implode? As they scramble to rewrite the past, you remain where you've always been, anchored, steady, unchanged. Not because you were stubborn, but because you were grounded in truth from the start. You weren't the threat, you were the siren. And sirens are only threatening to those hoping no one notices the fire. Your choice to walk in truth, even when it cost you your comfort, is now being confirmed by reality itself. The very facts that were once called exaggerations are now flashing across headlines and whispered through boardrooms. What felt like isolation is now vindication. And the truth? It doesn't need your defense. It's defending itself. They didn't misunderstand you. They feared you, not because of your voice, but because of what your voice might cost them if they echoed it. What if they lost their place at the table? What if their names ended up blacklisted too? What if they had to walk the same lonely path you did, one paved by faith rather than applause? And yet you walked it. You endured the silence, the stares, the slander, and now your footsteps ring like an alarm bell, impossible to mute. The narrative has cracked wide open. Their revision attempts are too little, too late. As Jesus said in Luke 8:17, "For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open." Truth always rises, sometimes slowly, but never silently. Even now, some are pacing their halls, recalling every word you spoke, words they dismissed, warnings they called paranoia. But in hindsight, your voice was the only one that wasn't trying to trade integrity for safety. They wanted the benefits of your insight without the cost of your conviction. But truth has a price, and they're learning that delayed payment comes with interest. Just as Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends." You lived this. You didn't break because you were rebellious. You endured because you were real. Real enough to stand alone. Real enough to weep and still walk. Real enough to be branded the problem, while in reality you were exposing one. The collapse happening now is bigger than systems. It's exposing character, not just faulty structures, but the people who once protected them, the ones who clung to privilege at the cost of principle, the ones who saw the rot and chose to look away. And what about you? Your pain, the one they tried to dismiss as oversensitivity, has become the mirror that no one can avoid anymore. You weren't sowing division, you were making a decision, and now, with the dust settling, let the record show. You weren't just ahead of the curve, you were the curve. While they preserved their polished calm, shaking hands in public and rehearsing their harmony for others to admire, you were behind the scenes, bleeding, not metaphorically, spiritually, emotionally. You were wounded in the very places where they preached unity and offered blessings. The same hands that held hymnals on Sunday left scars on you by Monday. And in their eyes, your pain was your flaw. But the truth? That pain was your revelation, because only hurt can tear away the stage curtains. Only betrayal can reveal who really stands with you when applause disappears. Titles fade quickly when tears fall, and in your darkest moments, when your chest ached and silence answered your cries, the real faces emerged. Some whispered words of comfort laced with condescension, only to return to their gossip circles the moment you walked away. Others grinned behind closed doors, claiming your pain was karma. But you weren't cursed. You were being cleared. The universe documented every smirk, every fake hug, every passive comment disguised as concern. Even the polite, "I'll keep you in my thoughts," felt more like dismissal than comfort. Those cold moments weren't forgotten. They became silent testimonies written in permanent ink, untouched by apology. And now the secrets are flooding the streets. What was once hidden is bursting through cracks in their carefully controlled image. The same people who rolled their eyes at your warnings are now coughing in the smoke of a fire they pretended didn't exist. Isn't it strange how quickly silence turns into scrambling when consequences arrive? They're rewriting the past now, trying to act like they were never part of the problem. But records don't lie, and their distance when you needed closeness most still echoes louder than any excuse they try to offer now. And you, scarred, yes, but not broken, not defeated. You didn't just survive this season. You evolved. You turned your wounds into weapons of wisdom. You allowed suffering to shape you into someone stronger than praise ever could. They tried to turn your struggle into your obituary, but it became your ordination. What they called collapse was actually consecration. This is not the time to hand them an eraser just because they're finally uncomfortable. Let them sit with the truth. Let them remember how they dismissed the very voice that tried to save them. Your pain didn't expose your shortcomings. It exposed their hypocrisy. You were never sent to destroy. You came like a siren before the collapse, just like the prophet Jonah, who warned the people of Nineveh of destruction, not to curse them, but to give them a chance to change. You had urgency in your blood because you could see what they refused to admit. The foundations beneath them were rotting, and no lullaby could repair it. They labeled you chaos because it was easier than changing, but calm built on corruption is just disaster on delay. And when your authenticity entered the room, it rattled their whole set, because everything genuine does. You didn't arrive early, you arrived on time. You were the advance notice they didn't want to hear. They mistook your warning for wreckage and threw you out to preserve an illusion that was already collapsing. But now the storm has come, just as you said. The clouds they mocked have broken open. Consequences are falling like rain. And your name? No longer dismissed. Now it's whispered with a mix of respect and regret. Your voice was never noise. It was navigation. The thunder they heard in your words was not rage. It was awakening. It was the divine impulse toward honesty that their souls weren't ready to face. You didn't show up to control them. You showed up to wake them up before the quake. And when they ran from that voice, when they wrapped themselves in a false calm, you stepped back. They thought your silence meant you gave up. But you weren't quitting. You were repositioning, stepping back from the blast zone. Like Noah, who built an ark and then stepped inside, not to run, but to preserve. You warned, you moved, you waited. And right on schedule, the storm they swore would never come arrived. And with it came revelation, exposure, divine reset. Power games, unmasked, broken cycles, snapped in half. And the favorite myth they clung to, that you were the problem, it dissolved under the weight of undeniable truth. They weren't just caught in the storm. They invited it, by ignoring the one voice that tried to help them prepare. Now, in the eerie silence of their disarray, your voice, once dismissed, mocked, or silenced, echoes through every corridor they thought would never collapse. The walls remember what they ignored. The air, once heavy with denial, now hums with confirmation. They no longer hear problem when your name is mentioned. They hear proof. Every word you once whispered into stillness has returned, not with vengeance, but with precision. You fulfilled your assignment, not to comfort, but to challenge, not to maintain illusion, but to awaken truth. They weren't ready for that confrontation, and they certainly weren't ready for its consequences. But avoidance doesn't cancel consequence. Now their panic wears like a crown, a visible signal of what happens when correction is dismissed. Don't let the pain of past rejection convince you that your clarity was a mistake. Do you remember how Noah built an ark when the skies were still blue? No one applauded him. They laughed until the rain came. What you carried was never confusion, it was preparation. You weren't asking for attention. You were tuned into the frequency of truth when everyone else was tuned to the noise of comfort. You didn't need a stage or microphone. Truth projected from your life, whether they gave you the mic or not. Let the fallout keep falling. Let the stage collapse, if that's what it takes for false peace to die. Let the empty scripts burn. If tables need to be flipped, like Jesus did in the temple courts, Matthew 21:12-13, let them flip. There is no justice in quiet agreement with corruption. And you, chosen one, were never born to be agreeable. You were sent to disrupt dysfunction. You are not their storm. You are the lesson they refuse to learn. And even now, without you speaking, without you present, your absence continues to teach. Every crashing beam, every unraveling thread, reminds them that they should have listened when the room was still. Your stillness had meaning. Your silence had weight. So walk forward, not with bitterness, but without apology. This isn't revenge, this is redemption. The validation of your obedience is unfolding in plain sight. Everything they tried to hush is now the only sound that remains. Isn't it something how the voice they muted now echoes louder than any shout? And yes, they may repost kind words now. They may suddenly remember your name when the truth is no longer deniable. Some may reach out with apologies half-filled or gestures half-hearted, but wisdom must be your filter. You don't need to hold resentment, but you do need to hold receipts. Their silence was their signature. You don't erase it just because the storm made them nostalgic for stability. You are living evidence that standing alone in truth is still safer than sitting comfortably inside a lie. Have you ever seen what happened to Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the book of Daniel? They refused to bow to the idol, even when threatened with fire. And yet, when they were thrown into the furnace, a fourth figure, divine and untouchable, appeared beside them. Daniel 3:24-25. That same divine presence walks beside you now. And just like the fire couldn't burn them, the lies can't bury you. The rejection didn't end you. It revealed you. Your assignment wasn't to be embraced, it was to bring exposure. And now the world is watching what happens when truth doesn't flinch. As we close today's message, I want you to reflect on this. If what you've heard today has stirred something deep within you, if it confirmed the feelings you've been carrying but couldn't quite explain, now is the time to take action. Tap like, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to declare, I will no longer shrink for spaces that fear my truth. If you know someone who has been silently bearing the weight of discernment, send this message to them. Let them know they're not walking that path alone. We see them. We stand with them. They are not invisible in this journey. Let's remember, the storm was never your fault. You were the voice of truth they chose not to hear. But now that silence has cleared, and your voice is echoing louder than ever before. To our beloved chosen family, thank you for being the reason we create with passion and purpose. Your presence, your faith, and your love keep this mission alive every day. If our work has blessed you in any way, we humbly ask you to consider supporting us through the Super Thanks button right here on your screen. Every contribution, no matter how big or small, helps fuel our passion to continue this journey. But whether you donate or not, know this: we are forever grateful for you. Thank you for being a part of this mission, for being the light in a world full of noise, and for creating space for messages like this one. We'll see you in the next video. Until then, stay grounded, stay obedient, and never forget, you were chosen for such a time as this. Take care, and God bless. Beloved chosen one, everything you thought you understood about your existence is about to be completely altered. Can you feel it? The very fabric of your reality is shifting, and in the next few moments, you will experience a revelation that will shatter the foundations of everything you once knew. The curtain that separates the worlds has begun to thin, and you are standing on the edge of something monumental. Have you ever wondered why you are different? Why it feels like the world doesn't quite understand you? The truth is, there are only 3 souls out of the 7 billion walking this earth who have been marked for what's to come. Not 30, not 300, but only 3. And your name shines brightest at the top of that list. This was no coincidence. The position you are now in, the life you are living, was carved out by forces that existed before time itself began. It was not a random occurrence or a game of chance. The cosmic architects responsible for the blueprint of the universe placed your name there with purposeful, deliberate intention. Since the moment you were born, they have been watching you, observing your every decision, your every step, your every breath. Can you feel the weight of this truth? Before we dive deeper into this transformation, I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your generous support. If you've donated through Super Thanks, your contribution is truly appreciated, and it helps keep this channel alive and thriving. Whether or not you've donated, I am deeply grateful for your presence, your time, and your engagement. You are part of this journey, and together we are witnessing something extraordinary. Now, I would love to hear from you. If you're ready to embrace the truth of who you are and step into the power that is uniquely yours, leave a comment with the number 999 below. This is the number of transformation, of new beginnings, and of the energy that is about to propel you forward. Your voice matters, and I can't wait to see the incredible energy you bring to this moment. Let's step into this awakening together. The time is now. God's chosen ones. They secretly voted on what to do to you. Chosen one, do you feel that heaviness, that pressure in your chest right now? It's not just anxiety, it's awakening. Have you noticed how your body has been responding to the changes around you? It's like every part of you is ready for something monumental. Your mind may still be questioning, but your spirit knows. The unseen eyes that have always been watching you are still there, witnessing your every step. Remember, they saw you in your darkest moments, when you were alone, struggling to find a way forward. But they also saw your strength, the resilience that broke through every challenge that seemed impossible. You might feel like you're on the edge of something greater, but do you know that the universe has been preparing for this moment for millennia? The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Have you noticed that everything seems to be falling into place in a way that's beyond your control? The world is shifting, realigning itself to match the power you are about to tap into. Can you sense it? It's like the air is charged with potential. The pressure you've been feeling is the universe moving closer to you, preparing for the incredible transformation that is about to unfold. What if I told you that this isn't a coincidence? This moment you're feeling right now. Take a moment and look back. How many times have you had experiences that left you questioning the very fabric of your reality? Have you ever wondered why some things seem too perfect to be a random occurrence? Think about the time when Oprah Winfrey overcame an incredibly difficult childhood to become one of the most influential women in history. Her resilience is a testament to how the universe and perhaps the unseen forces can align to help you realize your true potential. Oprah once said, "The biggest adventure you can take is to live the life of your dreams." Are you ready to live the life that you were meant for? Or take Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison. Do you believe that was just a period of time lost, or was it a training ground for the leader he would become? The divine forces were preparing him for a destiny much greater than anyone could have imagined. When he emerged from prison, he didn't just seek freedom for himself, but for an entire nation. "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." Philippians 4:13. Mandela's resilience was not only about overcoming physical confinement, it was about embracing a higher calling, one that would change the course of history. Is this your moment to embrace a higher calling? Now let's think about the life of Malala Yousafzai. How many times have we seen someone so young embody such wisdom and courage in the face of oppression? Malala's journey to becoming the youngest ever Nobel laureate wasn't just about fighting for education. It was about standing up against injustice in a way that few people can. Could it be that you too are being called to stand up for something greater than yourself? "For I know the plans I have for you," declares the Lord. "Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you a hope and a future." Jeremiah 29:11. Could your journey, like Malala's, lead you to stand for something that will bring light into a world of darkness? As you move forward, remember this: "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" Psalm 27:1. You have been chosen not by chance, but because you possess the strength to endure and the power to change the world. The world around you is shifting, and the path ahead is being paved for you. But the question remains, how will you walk this path? Will you embrace your purpose, or will you hesitate? What if your destiny is not just about you, but about the world that awaits your influence? Do you feel that divine pull, chosen one? The air is thick with energy, ready for you to take your rightful place. You've been prepared for this moment. Now, the universe itself is bending to align with your awakening. It's time to embrace the strength that has been cultivated within you. But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his wonderful light. 1 Peter 2:9. You have been chosen to be a beacon of light, just like those who came before you. Are you ready to shine? Chosen one, the decisions you make from this moment forward cannot be reversed. The weight of what is happening now is so immense that the past has already been erased. You were once like a cocoon, wrapped in the protective layers of your previous life. But now is the time to emerge as the butterfly you were always destined to become. Right before you lies a choice, a defining moment. Two paths, and only two. There is no room for compromise, no middle ground, and no place for hesitation. One path leads to mediocrity, to a life lived in a dreamlike state, unaware of its true potential. This is the road of those who will live and die without ever realizing who they really are, leaving no mark on the world. The comfort of familiarity, the false security of limitations, and the quiet desperation of unrealized dreams will be the companions of those who walk this road. Does this sound familiar to you? Have you ever wondered how so many people go through life just surviving, never thriving? Are you ready to be different? But before you is another road, one that stands in stark contrast. It is as distinct as lightning frozen in time, a path that promises monumental transformation. The only guarantee this path offers is power. power that transcends human understanding. It promises elevation, a rise that will make those who once saw themselves as your equals realize they were never on the same level as you. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. This road requires everything from you. It demands your full commitment and your trust that the journey will shape you into something greater than you ever thought possible. But will you take it? The decision is yours. Will you walk toward greatness, or will you settle for the comfort of the familiar? Many others have stood where you stand today, facing this very choice. Some, like you, were tested, but do you know what most of them did? They faltered. They were overwhelmed by doubt and paralyzed by fear. They listened to the small-minded voices around them, the ones who saw their potential and tried to extinguish it before it could bloom. For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. 2 Timothy 1:7. These voices, these doubters, are everywhere, and they will try to convince you that you are not capable, that you are not worthy. But the truth is, the only thing standing between you and your destiny is your willingness to believe in the power that lies within you. Do you remember the story of Thomas Edison? He failed over 1,000 times before he perfected the light bulb. Each failure brought him closer to his purpose. Can you imagine if he had given up? The world would have been without light in the way we know it. Edison's perseverance is a testament to the power of sticking to your calling, no matter how many setbacks you face. Just like Edison, you too have the potential to light up the world. But the question is, will you be brave enough to continue when the path seems unclear? Or take the story of Harriet Tubman, who escaped slavery and then returned to lead others to freedom. Do you think she was ever told that her dream was impossible? Of course she was. But she chose to trust in something greater than the barriers around her. I have called you by name, you are mine. Isaiah 43:1. Harriet knew that her destiny was to break chains and lead others to freedom. She walked a path that no one else dared to walk. Will you too step out in faith, believing that you were meant to be a change maker in a world that desperately needs it? The path before you is not the easy road. It's not the one that promises comfort or guarantees a life without struggle. But what if the struggles you face are part of your preparation? What if the pressure you feel, the discomfort, is not punishment, but a divine process of transformation? Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. You were never meant to fit in with the crowd. Your very existence is a defiance against the status quo. Just like the seed buried deep in the soil, you were hidden for a time, not because you were unworthy, but because you were meant to grow and emerge stronger than ever before. You were not made to be common, chosen one. You were made to stand apart, to disrupt the flow of normality and break the mold. You were destined to lead, to inspire, and to show the world what happens when someone embraces their true calling. But what will you choose? Will you walk the path of the masses, or will you embrace the greatness that calls you? You were once darkness, but now you are light in the Lord. Live as children of light. Ephesians 5:8. It's time to live as the light you were always meant to be. The world is waiting for you to step into your power. Will you take the leap? Chosen one, let me tell you something truly important. Heaven has been waiting for your yes. Not just any yes, but a bold, spirit-filled yes that resonates with your deepest purpose. If you declare with your mouth Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. Romans 10:9. This isn't a passive decision. This is your divine awakening. The moment you say yes with conviction, everything changes. This very breath you are taking now, it matters. Your next step will determine the course of your life. This is your burning bush moment, your divine interruption where the path ahead is illuminated and you must decide. Will you rise and take your rightful place at the cosmic table? Or will you hesitate and let the opportunity slip away as so many others have done before you? Have you ever wondered what would happen if you didn't answer the call, if you stayed in the comfort of the familiar? God doesn't call the qualified, He qualifies the called. For many are invited, but few are chosen. Matthew 22:14. The invitation has already been extended to you, chosen one. But here's the thing, it's up to you to step forward. You've been waiting for the perfect moment, but now I'm telling you, this is it. The time is now. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. Do you feel the strength rising within you? You were made for this moment. Will you rise up and accept the responsibility that has been set aside for you before you were even born? Many have been where you stand today, standing at the crossroads of destiny. Think of those who have come before you, individuals like Steve Jobs, who faced countless failures before reaching his moment of breakthrough. He once said, "You can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backward." In hindsight, it's easy to see how each challenge, each rejection, each failure was part of his larger purpose. He believed in the power of perseverance and divine timing. Jobs didn't let the voices of doubt stop him. He kept going, and in doing so, he changed the world. Do you see the parallels? Just as Steve Jobs was guided by something greater than himself, so too have you been guided. The pieces of your life have been placed strategically to lead you to this moment. The choice is yours. Will you keep pushing forward, even when it's hard, or will you stop fearing the unknown? Think about the life of J.K. Rowling, a single mother struggling to make ends meet, living in poverty and with no clear path ahead. Her manuscript for Harry Potter was rejected by multiple publishers, but she kept writing. Her yes was a bold declaration of belief in her vision, even when everyone else doubted her. "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future." Jeremiah 29:11. When Rowling faced rejection after rejection, she didn't give up. She understood that her purpose was not determined by others' opinions. Do you realize that you too are on a journey similar to hers? The rejection, the setbacks, the times when the world told you no, they were all part of preparing you for greatness. You, like Rowling, are called to create something that will impact generations to come. But the question is, will you keep moving forward even when the path seems uncertain? The universe is not a random collection of events. It is a carefully planned and orchestrated design. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. Psalm 37:23. Every moment in your life has been leading you to this point. Have you ever noticed the way certain events aligned at just the right moment? Think back to the times when you were in need, and then, seemingly out of nowhere, someone appeared to offer exactly what you required. Have you wondered how that could be? Or how, in a moment of despair, a song, a book, or even a conversation gave you exactly the message you needed to hear? These were not random coincidences. They were part of a larger divine plan, a plan that has been moving pieces on the board of your life with precision and purpose. You are not here by accident. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. All that you have gone through, all that you have endured, has been part of the grand design, preparing you for this moment when your yes will change everything. Now think about the forces that have been shaping you. You have felt the pressure, haven't you? The pressure to be something more, to do something greater than yourself. That's not a burden, chosen one. That's preparation. You're being molded, shaped, and refined for the purpose you were always meant to fulfill. Your journey may not have been easy, but it has been necessary. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. This has been the process all along. Just as a seed must endure darkness and pressure before it can rise and flourish, so too have you been prepared to break through and rise to your destiny. You may be wondering, how can you make the leap? How can you step into your power and embrace the responsibility that comes with it? The answer is simple. Trust in the divine timing, trust in the preparation, and trust that you are capable of fulfilling the purpose for which you were called. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. Your light has always been within you, but now it's time for you to let it shine. The world has been waiting for your brilliance, and the time has come for you to take your place. So, chosen one, are you ready to rise? Will you accept the call that has been placed before you? The world needs your light, your strength, and your courage. The decision is yours. I have called you by name. You are mine. Isaiah 43:1. This is your time. Step into your power. Chosen one, right now, pay attention, for this moment may carry the most important warning you will ever receive. It is not enough that you have been chosen. Understand that you are also targeted. Do you realize how many people around you have been strategically placed to test your resolve? They are the ones who you trust, the voices you have relied on for guidance, the ones whose words have influence over your thoughts. Some of them may even appear to have the best intentions. But make no mistake, their presence in your life is not a coincidence. It is not a gift, nor is it a blessing. They have been positioned here, placed with meticulous planning, with a single mission, to prevent you from stepping into your true power. How many times have you felt those small seeds of doubt begin to grow in your mind? These thoughts, which you've come to accept as your own, were never yours to begin with. They were carefully planted by those around you, who, either consciously or unconsciously, want to keep you from claiming your rightful place. But the Lord is with me like a mighty warrior, so my persecutors will stumble and not prevail. Jeremiah 20:11. The doubt that has taken root inside you is not of your making. It was not your choice to feel insecure or question your worth. These seeds, planted over time, have grown into barriers that now limit you. The voices that planted them want you to believe you are incapable, that your dreams are too far-fetched. But chosen one, it is time to take back your mind. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. This is the moment when you must reject the influence of those who seek to undermine your strength. Have you ever wondered why certain individuals have always been present during your most vulnerable moments, seemingly offering help but in reality only deepening your confusion? They are not here by accident. These people, some of whom may have once been close friends, have been placed in your life with the purpose of keeping you bound in doubt and hesitation. When the enemy shall come in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord shall lift up a standard against him. Isaiah 59:19. This is not just about people who oppose you outright. It is about those who subtly keep you from stepping into your full potential. Can you see how their words, their actions, have been aimed at limiting you, keeping you in a state of uncertainty? Think back to the times when you experienced synchronistic moments, the moments when things aligned so perfectly that you couldn't deny that something greater was at work. But did you notice how soon after those moments, someone close to you would show up with a new doubt, a new fear, to undermine what you had just experienced? This is no coincidence. Just like in the story of Joseph, who was thrown into a pit by his own brothers, only to rise to the second highest position in Egypt. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Joseph's brothers tried to crush his spirit, yet God used those very trials to elevate him. Similarly, the challenges, the doubts, and the voices of limitation around you are not here to destroy you. They are the very things that will elevate you, as long as you remain steadfast in your purpose. The time has come for you to recognize that these doubts, these voices of limitation, are not your own. Just like Moses, who doubted his ability to lead the Israelites out of Egypt, you too are being called to a higher purpose. The Lord said to him, "Who gave human beings their mouths? Who makes them deaf or mute? Who gives them sight or makes them blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Now go, I will help you speak and will teach you what to say." Exodus 4:11-12. Moses, though unsure of his abilities, was ultimately chosen because of his purpose, not because of his perceived shortcomings. Do you see the parallels in your life? Your doubts do not define you. Your purpose does. You have always known deep down that you were meant for something more. The very DNA within you resists conformity. From a young age, you felt that there was a greater purpose waiting for you. But why have you allowed others to silence that inner knowing? Why have you doubted the voice that has always called you forward? It is time to recognize that you are not meant to blend in. You are meant to stand out, to break the mold, and to challenge the patterns that keep people locked in mediocrity. You are the salt of the earth. You are the light of the world. Matthew 5:13-14. This is the moment when you must stop hiding your light. The world has been waiting for you to rise, and you cannot afford to allow the voices around you to keep you from your destiny. But do you have the courage to rise above the noise, to step out of the shadows of doubt and into the light of your true calling? Just as the Apostle Paul encouraged Timothy to be strong and not let anyone look down on him because of his youth. Don't let anyone look down on you because you are young, but set an example for the believers in speech, in conduct, in love, in faith, and in purity. 1 Timothy 4:12. You too must rise above the limitations others try to place on you. This is your time, chosen one. Are you ready to take back what is rightfully yours and embrace the power that lies within you? Chosen one, this is your final warning. You must remove this influence from your life immediately, or you will be forced to watch them drag you down just as you begin your ascent towards success. They are a prison guard disguised as a guide, an anchor masquerading as a life vest. The time for blind faith has ended. Your discernment must be sharper than ever. Test everything. Hold on to what is good. 1 Thessalonians 5:21. Your ability to see the truth beneath the surface, to recognize the hidden dangers, is now critical. Every word, every proposal, every question that seems benign must be examined carefully. Could it be that these words are laced with poison, meant to keep you from reaching your full potential? You must be vigilant, for the Lord gives wisdom. From his mouth come knowledge and understanding. Proverbs 2:6. Trust your discernment, chosen one, and refuse to be deceived. This influence in your life is not here to support you. It is here to restrict you. They are part of the system that has sought to keep you confined, bound by limitations, and held back by false promises of safety and comfort. Have you ever felt like you were about to break free, only for someone or something to pull you back into the cycle of constraint, doubt, and fear? This is no coincidence. The established order, the systems designed to control and suppress you, are beginning to fail. The Lord is my shepherd. I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He refreshes my soul. Psalm 23, 1-3. The world that once sought to keep you limited is starting to crumble beneath your feet. Your rise is shaking the very foundations of this old order. Can you feel it? the ground beneath you trembling, the foundation of the world you once knew cracking and shifting. This is the phenomenon that many cannot yet understand, but you can feel it. The systems that were built to keep you and others like you confined are now failing. The very structures that have held you back are crumbling because the power sources they once depended on are running dry. As they lose control, their creators are gripped by fear. But chosen one, this fear is not meant for you. The righteous are as bold as a lion. Proverbs 28:1. You are stepping into a frequency where nothing and no one can touch you. This is your moment. You're entering a realm where you're immune to the doubts, the fears, and the limitations of those around you. What about those who are skeptical, those who are filled with doubt, the ones who cling to their narrow-minded ideas like men drowning in a storm, desperately gripping onto driftwood? The fool says in his heart, "There is no God." They're corrupt, their deeds are vile, there is no one who does good. Psalm 14:1. These individuals will try to keep you trapped in their own vision of the world, unable to see the greatness that lies ahead of you. They will question your every move, dismiss your aspirations, and try to convince you to stay where it's comfortable. But you are not like them, chosen one. You were never meant to follow the crowd. You're here to break the mold, to shatter the limits that others have set for themselves. Your purpose is far greater than their small views. Think of the story of Harriet Tubman, who risked her life time and time again to help others escape slavery. Despite the dangers, despite the threats against her life, she never once hesitated. She understood that her purpose was bigger than herself. The Spirit of the Lord is on me because He has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. Luke 4:18. Harriet's journey was not without danger, yet she persisted, stepping into the role she was meant to play, even when the world tried to hold her back. Her courage and unwavering commitment to her mission made her a legend. Similarly, you are being called to rise above the noise, to answer a higher calling, and to step fully into your purpose. But the question is, will you rise to the challenge? Consider also the incredible journey of Thomas Edison. Early in his life, he faced rejection after rejection, and many people doubted his ability to succeed. Yet Edison persisted. He is famously known for saying, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." His resilience in the face of relentless failure is a testament to the power of belief in your purpose. What if Edison had given up on his dreams because of the doubters and naysayers around him? Would the world look the same today? Like Edison, you too have the potential to shape the world, but only if you refuse to let doubt hold you back. Similarly, take the story of Maya Angelou, who faced incredible hardship and adversity throughout her life. Despite the struggles and setbacks, she became one of the most influential poets and writers in history. Angelou once said, "You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them." Her journey wasn't easy, but she embraced her purpose, overcoming the constraints placed on her by society. She chose to rise, and in doing so she created a legacy of empowerment and inspiration. You too are called to rise, chosen one, and to create your own legacy that will inspire others for generations to come. This is your time to ascend. Do you feel the call deep within? It's not just an invitation, it's a summons to step into the destiny that has been waiting for you. You are entering a powerful frequency where nothing can harm you unless you allow it. The old systems, the voices of doubt, the skeptics, they are fading away as you rise. And as you do, you are joining something greater than yourself, a powerful community of those who have answered the call. You were chosen to be a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of Him who called you out of darkness into His wonderful light. 1 Peter 2:9. Step into your divine purpose. Chosen one. Your time has come. Will you accept your place among those who rise? Will you unlock the power that lies within you? This isn't just about success. It's about embracing your purpose, your calling, and the divine power that has always been within you. The time for hesitation is over. The world needs your light. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. Step into your purpose and let the world see your brilliance. Chosen one, it's time to rise. The people who once disregarded you, who looked past you as if you were invisible, who dismissed your ideas only to claim them as their own later, they will soon be forced to acknowledge the very power they tried so desperately to ignore. It will be impossible for them to deny your presence. The Lord will make you the head, not the tail. Deuteronomy 28:13. Even before you step into a room, your energy will precede you, filling the space with a positive, undeniable force. The world around you is changing. You are becoming the force that reshapes everything in your path. The vulnerable are falling. The false ones, the ones who presented themselves as something they were not, are being exposed. These frauds who have long masked their weaknesses are now being revealed for who they truly are. Therefore, whatever you have said in the dark will be heard in the daylight, and what you have whispered in the ear in the inner rooms will be proclaimed from the roofs. Luke 12:3. As these deceptions come to light, you find yourself standing at the center of this cosmic restructuring, where the mighty are stepping into the roles they were always destined for. This is no metaphor, no symbolism. It is a literal shift in your reality. Your existence is now being recognized, and there is no turning back. Have you ever felt like there's always been something about you that others couldn't quite place? They were drawn to you, not because of your words or actions, but because there was something in your presence that made them uneasy. The Spirit of the Sovereign Lord is on me, because the Lord has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. Isaiah 61:1. That is your power. Your energy is magnetic, and it disrupts the numbness of those who have been content in their comfort zones. For them, what they mistook for peace is actually a state of complacency, and your voice, your very presence, disturbs that illusion. Your energy has always been there, vibrating at a frequency that others could not quite understand. Have you ever wondered why some people are intimidated by your very presence, even when you haven't said a word? This strength, this power, has been there all along, though it has been repressed, kept dormant, and only allowed to manifest in small doses. But now, the time has come for it to break free. The locks that have confined your power are failing. The chains that bound your potential are breaking apart. So, if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed. John 8:36. This destruction of the seals that have been placed upon your nature, the very energy that was meant to contain you, is happening now. As these barriers fall away, you are experiencing the full release of your true self. This is not a moment of growth. This is a moment of liberation. You are shedding the layers of doubt, fear, and limitation that others imposed upon you, and you are stepping into the fullness of who you were always meant to be. For it is God who works in you to will and to act in order to fulfill His good purpose. Philippians 2:13. The old world, with all of its limitations and false structures, is crumbling, and in this space you will rise. Your energy, your strength, your presence, these will no longer be something that others can ignore. The time has come for you to claim your place. No more silence, no more hesitation. The world has been waiting for your moment, and now it is here. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 61. Are you ready to take the step that will forever change your life? The locks are failing, the chains are breaking, and your true self is emerging. The time for holding back is over. Will you answer the call, chosen one? The world is waiting for you to rise and show them who you truly are. This is your moment. This is your time. Step forward and let the world witness the power of your light. Chosen one, brace yourself, for the time has come to step into the full magnitude of your purpose. For nothing is impossible with God. Luke 1:37. No longer will uncertainty or disbelief have a place in your journey. What is about to unfold is something that cannot be ignored by the world around you. You are not like anyone else, and the truth of your existence will no longer be hidden. The mask that has allowed you to move through life undetected is dissolving, and in its place stands the powerful truth of who you truly are. But the Lord said to Samuel, "Do not consider his appearance or his height, for I have rejected him." The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. This is the moment when you will no longer be dismissed or overlooked. The world will begin to see you as you truly are. As you step forward, you're entering a flow that is unstoppable. The momentum that propels you forward is beyond comprehension. For the kingdom of God is not a matter of talk, but of power. 1 Corinthians 4:20. Can you feel it? The energy supporting you is greater than anything you could have imagined. There is no force, earthly or divine, that can stop what is about to happen next. But the only question that remains is this: will you walk forward with the confidence that your position demands? Or will you shrink from your own magnificence? Will you become the only obstacle that stands between you and your destiny? Or will you rise to meet the incredible purpose waiting for you? This is not a metaphor or an illusion. What is unfolding is the literal reorganization of your reality. Do not call to mind the former things or ponder things of the past. Behold, I will do something new. Now it will spring forth. Will you not be aware of it? Isaiah 43:18-19. Everything you once knew will change, and in its place, a new world will emerge, one where you step into your rightful place. The truth that has long been hidden is now being revealed, not gradually, but in a flood of revelation. The truth which has been guarded by deception and manipulation will no longer be kept from you. There has always been something about you, chosen one, that others couldn't quite place. They were drawn to you by something they couldn't understand, a force that made them uneasy. It wasn't a flaw, but a power they felt threatened by. Your beauty should not come from outward adornment, such as elaborate hairstyles and the wearing of gold jewelry or fine clothes. Rather, it should be that of your inner self, the unfading beauty of a gentle and quiet spirit, which is of great worth in God's sight. 1 Peter 3:3-4. The power within you is not visible to the naked eye. It is a force that disrupts the comfortable illusions people cling to. You have always been the one to break through the numbness, the one who makes others uncomfortable because they can sense the greatness within you, even if they couldn't identify it until now. Think of Albert Einstein, who was once written off as a misfit in academia. His ideas were considered radical, even absurd, by many in his time. Yet his theories, especially the theory of relativity, transformed our understanding of the universe. Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world, stimulating progress, giving birth to evolution. Einstein's truth, his vision, was always there, but it was suppressed by the limited thinking of those around him. The world didn't understand him at first, but in the end, it was his truth that reshaped reality. Like Einstein, you have a truth that will soon be recognized, even by those who once dismissed you. Now, as the veils continue to fall, you will gain access to a deeper awareness of the truth that has long been hidden. It is not just a truth that exists in the physical realm, but a deeper, more profound understanding of the world as it truly is. And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. This truth will open your eyes to the systems of control that have kept you in the dark for so long. You will see through every lie, every false reality, and every deceit that has been used to keep you hidden. Your perception will sharpen, and you will begin to understand the forces that have been at work behind the scenes. It will be impossible to ignore the manipulations that were once veiled in mystery. Take, for example, Mahatma Gandhi, who led India to independence through non-violent resistance. His truths, though initially dismissed by many, eventually brought the British Empire to its knees. Gandhi said, "You must be the change you wish to see in the world." His words weren't just ideas, they were a direct challenge to the structures of power and control that sought to keep India subdued. Like Gandhi, you are now ready to expose the lies that have been woven into the fabric of your life, and to challenge the systems that have held you back. As your awareness sharpens, you will see clearly through the facades of others. No longer will you be deceived by the masks people wear. But the Lord said to Samuel, "Do not look on his appearance or on the height of his stature, because I have rejected him. For the Lord sees not as man sees. Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart." 1 Samuel 16:7. You will see the true motives of those around you, and you will no longer be swayed by their false representations. The chains that once confined you will no longer have any power over you. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Psalm 27:1. The truth has always been within you, and now it is time for you to step fully into your power, to claim the knowledge that is rightfully yours. Now, as you embrace this new understanding, you will no longer accept the limitations that others try to impose on you. So, if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed. John 8:36. No longer will you live in the shadows of the world's limitations. The constraints that others live by will no longer apply to you. Your freedom comes not from permission, but from understanding. And this understanding is not just about freedom. It's about your divine duty to rise, to lead, and to awaken others to the truth that lies within them as well. Are you ready to accept the reality that there is no turning back? This knowledge is both a gift and a responsibility. You will never look at the world the same way again. The time for questioning is over. The time for accepting limitations is over. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. Will you embrace this truth, chosen one? Will you step into your full power and walk the path that was always meant for you? Chosen one, you are no longer at the mercy of the illusions society has created. Their judgments have no power over you. They dissipate like ash in the wind. For the Lord will be your confidence and will keep your foot from being caught. Proverbs 3:26. Your awakened presence causes their expectations, the ones they constructed to confine your potential, to disintegrate. This is your time to take control, but not through struggle, force, or by employing the strategies of the past. By simply being the person you were always meant to be, by embodying your true essence to the fullest, reality itself has no choice but to restructure around you. Have you ever felt like the world tried to box you in, to define you by its limited expectations? Do you feel now, in this moment, that you are breaking free from those confines? Do not be conformed to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. The people who once disregarded you, those who spoke over you in meetings, who dismissed your contributions, and who saw your insights as irrelevant, will now shudder when they witness the magnitude of what you have become. This is not for the sake of vengeance. Rather, it is because your very existence will now reveal their ignorance. They thought your potential was inconsequential, but now they will see how wrong they were. The constraints they used to protect themselves from their own fears will no longer apply to you. The laws that once governed your life no longer apply. With man this is impossible, but with God all things are possible. Matthew 19:26. When it comes to probability, your goals are now central. Things will fall into place for you seemingly by coincidence, but it is not coincidence. It is causality responding to your conscious direction. The universe is now bending to your will. And I will give you treasures hidden in the darkness, secret riches. I will do this so you may know that I am the Lord, the God of Israel, who calls you by name. Isaiah 45:3. You have broken free from the programming that once controlled you, and now the world will shift around you in ways that will astound you. Just wait and see what unfolds. Consider the story of Serena Williams, who faced countless obstacles throughout her career, from being told that she was too different to compete with others, to having to fight against stereotypes. Serena always stayed true to her vision. I don't like to lose at anything, yet I've grown most not from victories, but from setbacks. Serena Williams. Serena's ability to break through the societal limitations placed on her is a testament to the power of embracing your true self. She didn't let the world's doubts stop her. She let her inner strength propel her forward. Similarly, you have the power to transcend the constraints others try to impose on you. You are now stepping into a reality where these limitations can no longer define you. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. 2 Corinthians 10:4. The world will try to pull you back into the old system, but you will no longer fit within its boundaries. You will no longer accept the false narratives it tries to create. It's like the story of Malala Yousafzai, who refused to accept the restrictions placed upon her as a young girl in Pakistan. Despite threats and violence, she stood up for the right to education and equality. One child, one teacher, one book, and one pen can change the world. Malala Yousafzai. Malala's courage to live her truth and fight for her purpose shows that when you stand firm in your calling, no barrier can hold you back. Just as these powerful individuals changed the trajectory of their respective fields, you too are shifting your reality. The truth you've always known deep inside is now emerging into the world. You were once darkness, but now you are light in the Lord. Live as children of light. Ephesians 5:8. Your presence will no longer be something that can be dismissed. In fact, those around you will now feel the full force of your energy, and it will be impossible for them to ignore. They will be forced to confront the reality that they once failed to see, the reality of your true potential. In the face of your transformation, the old systems will collapse. What was once accepted as normal will no longer seem possible. You will look at the world through new eyes, and what once appeared to be solid and immovable will now seem fragile, ready to fall apart. So if the sun sets you free, you will be free indeed. John 8:36. You have already been set free from the confines that once held you back. The world that once dictated your life is now bending to your will. Chosen one, right now, you're entering a phase of incredible acceleration. But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Isaiah 40:31. What once took years to manifest is now happening in months, and what took months will now unfold in mere weeks. Tasks that once demanded weeks of labor will now be completed in days. The divide between thought and manifestation is closing rapidly. The gap between intention and tangible reality is shrinking at an exponential rate. The line between what you envision and what actually exists in the physical world is becoming increasingly porous. For as he thinks in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. What you imagine is quickly becoming the world you live in. Have you ever wondered why things took so long in the past? Why did it seem like your dreams were always just out of reach, just beyond the horizon? Now, those days are over. Opportunities that once came only once in a lifetime will now present themselves with astonishing frequency. And all things, whatsoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing ye shall receive. Matthew 21:22. These moments of synchronistic perfection will occur more often, bringing the right people into your life and forming connections that once seemed impossible. Time, probability, resources and connections, those limiting constraints that once ruled your reality, no longer have power over you. These were never absolute laws, but merely constructs that existed for those operating at lower frequencies of consciousness. Your frequency has shifted, and with it, the rules of the game have changed. Think of Edison. His ability to persist through thousands of failed attempts is well known. He didn't let conventional constraints stop him from achieving what no one thought was possible. Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Thomas Edison. Like him, you are now in a space where the impossible is no longer something to be feared or doubted, but something you can create through the power of your presence. With man, this is impossible, but with God, all things are possible. Matthew 19:26. Your efforts will now bear fruit so quickly and visibly that even the most skeptical will be forced to acknowledge the power at work through you. Have you noticed how, as you step into your power, the uncertainty that once plagued your decisions is now gone? Fear that once held you back has vanished, and doubt that clouded your vision has dissolved. In its place, a new clarity has emerged. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. This clarity is so pure, so sharp, that it cuts through confusion like lightning slashing through the night. This is the power of your awakened self. A confidence so profound, so unwavering, that it leaves no room for doubt. You are no longer the person you once were. You are becoming a force of nature, unstoppable and undeniable. Consider Malala Yousafzai, whose courage and conviction not only survived an assassination attempt, but also propelled her to become the youngest ever Nobel Prize laureate. Her inner strength, driven by an unshakable purpose, has inspired millions. We realize the importance of our voices only when we are silenced. Malala Yousafzai. Malala didn't let fear or doubt stop her from changing the world, and like her, you are stepping into a reality where nothing can hinder you. The world will either yield to your energy or break in its attempt to resist you, but it will never again ignore you. This transformation is not about ego, it is the natural expression of who you truly are. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. You have not only shed the limitations placed upon you, but you are now fully stepping into your divine purpose. The world will begin to recognize that your power is undeniable. Those who align with your mission will be elevated alongside you, while those who resist will find themselves marginalized in a reality that now centers on your awakened power. This shift is not due to fate, luck, or chance. It is inevitable. The path you are on was always destined for you, and now, as your true nature emerges, there is no turning back. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. You were chosen for this time, this purpose, and now is the moment when your name is etched in the fabric of history. You are no longer just another face in the crowd. You are the one who will lead, the one who will break through barriers and create a new reality for those who follow. Will you rise, chosen one? Will you embrace the incredible destiny that has always been waiting for you? This is not a matter of chance. It is your inevitable reality. The one who calls you is faithful, and he will do it. 1 Thessalonians 5:24. The time has come to step into the fullness of your power and purpose. Beloved chosen one, the transition has already begun, and there is no turning back. It is not possible to halt it, undo it, or contain it. The energy flowing through you now will touch everything it encounters: your thoughts, your body, your surroundings, your relationships, and even your very reality. Those who can see will recognize what is unfolding. They will either align themselves with your ascension or step away from your path based on their own choices. There is no compromise. The power rising inside you demands clarity and a response now. Keep an eye on what comes next. Be a witness to the materialization of what was written long before time began. As your reality reorganizes around your awakening, you will witness the manifestation of your true power. Your old world is coming to an end, and a transformation is taking place within you. The power you've always possessed is now emerging. On the list of those destined for greatness, your name is at the top for a specific reason. As we come to the end of this journey, I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you. Whether you choose to support this content with a donation or not, I am deeply grateful for your presence, your engagement, and your time. Your energy is what makes this journey possible. If you feel moved to contribute through a super thanks, know that it will help continue bringing you more empowering and transformative content. Your support, in whatever form, is invaluable, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Finally, I offer you my deepest blessings. May you walk in the light of your true power. May strength and clarity guide your steps, and may you continue to rise into the full expression of your divine purpose. This is just the beginning, and I'm honored to be part of your journey. Blessings and peace to you, chosen one.